studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
On Seattle Sports.
streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
You guys know when you get something new or start a new hobby or you buy something and it becomes a whole part of your identity for like 2 weeks?
No, I don't do that, but I know someone who does.
You don't do that?
Nah.
Never in your life have you done that.
No.
You're lying.
Never in my
ever,
life,
ever have you.
not in the past 10 years, no.
So you've never been like, I've decided to take up karate classes, and then you start telling everyone like, I do
classes.
karate. I do.
No.
Okay. Matt, Curtis, no one else does this?
I did it earlier this year.
Oh.
I bought a new 4K Blu-ray player and like half of the Criterion collection because I thought I was going to be like an interesting film nerd.
Yes.
And that lasted like 4 weeks. And now I'm just back to watching Marvel crap.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about for, like, you decide, like, I'm just a gym person. And, like, you get a membership, you get new workout clothes, and, like, every day for a week you go, and then you never go again. But, like, for a week, that was your whole identity.
No, that's most people at the gym I go to, though.
Yeah.
By February, it was a wrap.
You'll not see
wrap.
them ever again.
Nah.
I've decided to be that person. Matt, you know how I got that water bottle, and for about 2 days, I was someone who drank water? Now I've got...
Barely a day.
I just, yesterday at Target, I got a lunchbox. And I am now someone who brings their lunch to work. And I look forward to eating it during our next commercial break.
And this is coming from a person who doesn't eat at all while she's
I won't
here.
eat. Like from 9 a.m. when we get here to when I leave at 2:30, I will not eat anything.
Fasting.
Yeah. But not today because I'm a lunch person
You're a
now.
lunch person today.
First I was a water person, but that didn't last. It just was too many things to carry. But now I'm a lunch person. I bring lunch to work. I make my own lunch, and I eat my lunch at work. And that is my identity until I get bored of it and don't pack a lunch one day, and then I never see that lunchbox again. But I feel less
Just
alone.
give it to me.
I just feel less alone knowing other people do that. It's a cool little bento box. You
Yeah,
saw
just
it.
give it
It's
to me.
cool.
I'll
Yeah,
bring
it's like,
lunch every day.
well, wait till I get bored of it. Give it a week.
Give it 3 days.
I can bring my lunch for more than 3 days.
I give it.
No.
Well, because Thursday and Friday we're going to be over at Seahawks headquarters, and
I'm going to bring my
I
lunch.
don't think you're going to bring your lunch.
Yeah,
'cause they
I
feed
will.
us there.
No, come Monday when we're back in here talking about who the Seahawks took in the draft, I will be bringing in my lunch that day because I am a lunchbox person.
This feels like a bet.
Yeah.
This feels like a bet.
Bet right now. I will still be using this. It's a bento box. I will still be using this bento box a week from now.
But you have to go Monday, Tuesday. Well, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Every day I have to make
Thursday,
my lunch.
Thursday, Friday is different because they're going to feed us over there.
Yeah, it's different. It's different.
But Monday. So I need 3 days out of you.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll absolutely do it. Someone said I was a cyclist for a month. I bought a really expensive bike, tight shorts, and then after I fell over multiple times, I was retired. Sometimes you just you really lean hard into an idea, right? You're like, I'm going to take up fishing. And then you do it for like a week, and then you're like, it's not for me. But you really thought that it would be for a while.
I'm so set in my ways. I am who I am.
Yeah.
I don't try anything new.
Okay, well, maybe the Seahawks will try something new. And by that, I mean maybe they're going to draft an interior lineman really early. John Schneider was asked about the offensive line during a 33-minute press conference yesterday. If you guys missed any part of this, we're going to tell you everything you need to know from it. And he was asked, hey, look, you guys clearly have an issue building up the offensive line. Is that something you're going to be prioritizing in the draft? Can I ask you that question? There's a little nervousness being asked with it. John Schneider said it's obviously an area of need, but also called it a lazy narrative.
Absolutely. I think it's been very well documented throughout the spring. You know, it's also a little bit of a lazy narrative because every team is looking for offensive linemen. We're trying to create guys every single year. When I started in the league with Ron Wolf, it was like a free agent had to have 3 redeeming qualities. Okay, well now, especially with offensive linemen, you have guys maybe in the 4th round that have 2 redeeming qualities. Tall and long, strong and quick, or whatever. I mean, it's just happened. It's not anything that anybody in football is happy about, to be honest with you. It's an area that hasn't been developed as well as the other side of the ball.
Is it a lazy narrative?
No, I don't think it is a lazy narrative. I think it's lazy if you try to point to
Like the Seahawks are the only ones.
That they don't draft offensive linemen. I hear people say that, they don't invest in offensive line, and that's false, right? They drafted 3 guys last year, 1 guy the year before that, another guy the year before that, 2 guys the year before that. When you only have 3 picks, you drafted an offensive lineman. It's lazy to say that they don't care about it, that they don't go out there and try to get offensive linemen. It's not lazy to say that they haven't been able to develop these guys.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it might be slightly lazy for John to say, well, these guys aren't being developed properly, because I'm in the training world, and just like receivers have 7-on-7, do all this stuff during the offseason, linemen now have 5-on-5. Now, are they behind the other positions when it comes to that offseason stuff specifically for them? Probably, because it's hard to find good offensive line coaches. I can find a 6-foot guy out there who was a good high school wide receiver, good DB, and go out there and teach these kids and get them going. I can find that on the college level. It's so hard to find good offensive linemen. My company, ETA, holla at me if you want some training, just found our guy. I've been in business 10 years, and I've gone through so many offensive line coaches. So Logan Bruce is our guy now. And it took me so long to feel like, okay, I have someone for the next 4 to 5 years. So he's right when it comes to that, but I also think that college coaches need to take a bit more responsibility and make sure they're getting these guys right and ready to go. So the big boys, they don't get a lot of love in the offseason because it's harder to simulate what they do. And they don't get a lot of love when it comes to the NFL because they're so massive, they're hard to find, and you're looking for the right combination of 5 massive dudes. It is tough.
I completely agree with you. I think that it is a lazy narrative to say the Seahawks do not try and do not care. I think it is not a lazy narrative to say they've tried and failed.
Yeah.
It is what it is. You know what I mean? And not only that, you can look across the league and see other teams that are struggling and still recognize that it's something you haven't done. Like, you don't get to point to someone else and say, well, those 2 have C-minuses in this class also, so therefore, like my C- shouldn't matter as much. Well, no, maybe you take it into context and you go, wow, this class must be really hard for people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is a really tough one, but someone over there has an A. How'd they do it? How'd they figure it out? Was it luck?
There's some A's and some B's, too. It's not the extremes.
There are teams that have figured it out. Some of those teams have done it by using number 4 overall picks on a franchise left tackle, or by lucking into a Pro Bowl center in the 2nd round. Other teams have done it by chipping it away at it very consistently and then internally developing. And John Schneider on the John Schneider Show, I think the week before last, was asked about, hey, is it a problem of scouting, talent evaluation, or development? Like, where do you feel like the ball's being dropped when it comes to the offensive line? And he said, we draft like the 2nd or 3rd most offensive linemen over the last 10 years. And not only that, but offensive linemen that we have not retained have gone on and gotten jobs with other teams. Not saying that they go become all pros, but we have guys that have gone on to become starters or have several years worth of playing time outside of our team. So we know that they can play in the league. We're just missing something here. He was at least admitting that. But I think that there's only like a degree of defensiveness you can have before you kind of got to look at yourself and go, well, shoot, I want to be this run first team and I can't, how am I going to punch people in the mouth offensively when I can't get a step on an opponent? Like I go back to that Rams game and I think about, what is it? 4th and 2, 4th and 1. Like you just need to push forward. Rams have a great young defensive line, but like how many moments were there where the Seahawks couldn't get an inch?
I think that's more play call and design, too.
Okay. Fair. A very fair
You
point.
pack everybody in. Defense is going to pack everybody in.
Yeah.
And you're going up against one of the best defensive lines in the game. And the Rams, that's a bit different.
Point being, though, that this is not a team that's been able to, like, why call those plays if you're not built like that?
Well, you guys Ryan Grubb that. And he's in Alabama now.
So he's too far away.
It is what it is.
But you've not been able
point.
to have, like, great weapons to work with there.
No. And he did admit it. I mean, what do we really expect John to come out and say? He hold on.
I think
he already
brushes
said
bristles.
He already said though. Obviously, there's something wrong with our process. Not verbatim, but he said obviously there's something wrong with our process because guys are leaving here and going to play more football.
I think he thought there was something wrong with coaching.
I think it's all the above. I think it's not realistic. I mean, look at Nico Harrison, for crying out loud. GMs don't just come out and say black and white, plain or simple, we're not doing this. Because what does that do? It gives the wrong message to everyone in that building. Now, for us, the consumer, the analyst, we're gonna pick it apart, and we should, and say, well, this is what we're seeing. You're drafting guys, you're not developing them, they're leaving, they're going elsewhere, and they're playing decent ball for 3, 4, 5 more years. What's wrong with your process? Is it your scouting? What is it? For us, we're going to do that. For John, I think he can acknowledge it, but I could never expect John to come out and just say, we are bad at evaluating offensive linemen, even though we feel that way. I don't think he's going to say that, and I don't think he should say that in that position. But here on the Bump Stacy Show, on the morning show, the evening show, we're going to talk about it because it's clearly been a problem for a long time. It's not for a lack of trying. I mean, they draft a bunch of offensive linemen.
Yeah.
Not drafting the right ones and not developing them.
Well, and you have a consistent issue. The 425 says, okay, but every team hasn't had a bottom of the barrel offensive line for a decade. Seattle has been like a bottom third offensive line for a decade. The last time that in 2018 when they brought in DJ Fluker and Chris Carson was here, it was his first 1,000-yard season. They ran the rock like a million times. They led the league in rushing yards. I would guess that if you looked back at run block win rate or whatever, they were pretty solid. So I don't want to say that they've always struggled. The Dwayne Brown trade, I think, was a great one. I think that he ended up being an incredibly underrated, should have been a Pro Bowler when he was with you. So there have been moves in individual facets of seasons, facets of play, like the run game, where they've done fine, but collectively they haven't had a great group.
No.
Ever.
It's the hardest group to find. But you look at Baltimore, you look at even the Chiefs at one point, but the last couple of years they've been down a bit, but they make up for it because they have the greatest quarterback in the game right now and some other things. I think that if they were able to put these guys in positions to have more success with play calling, if they were able to have more talent maybe at the quarterback position or other places to make up for it, it wouldn't be that big of an issue. But because there are times where the defense can stop anybody from scoring, you can't run the football effectively, your quarterback's getting sacked at a high clip, he's holding on to the football. Yeah. There's so many things that contribute to it to where, and as I'm talking through this, I think that's where John's coming from. He's saying, man, you guys don't know how this game works. There's so many things that affect how the O-line is viewed, so it's lazy in his mind. But in our mind, we're looking at his guys getting beat all the time and not being able to get a push off his line and saying it's a personnel type of thing.
Yeah.
So I think it's personnel and it's play calling. Are they going to switch up the personnel this year? Haven't so far. Are they going to switch up the play calling? Yeah, they are. Yeah. But there's still some moves to be made to make the consumer feel like you're taking this problem seriously.
That's the thing. It's people just want to feel that. This is how I felt. I actually I find John to be really likable and personable, but I am going to compare this moment to Jerry DiPoto. I think that sometimes what GMs do is think, I know this game more than anyone critiquing it, and they're right? So someone says something like, hey, Jerry, you haven't been able to build up a great offense. And Jerry DiPoto probably wants to be able to say, it's not that simple. You don't know the funds that I have to work with. You don't know the players I've brought in that I thought would be great that got hurt. Mm-hmm. That it's much more complicated behind the scenes. It's hard to play offense in this game, whatever. I think that, but it's still fair for people to want it, right? I don't have to understand football or have the football IQ of John Schneider, which I don't, to know that they'll be a better team if they improve the offensive line. Yeah. He can understand on a completely different level why offensive line development has faltered, why there's huge gaps when guys come from the pros to the, he can have his own theories, his own ideas about why that is. He can point to other teams and say they're struggling with it too. And I can still, as a consumer, to your point, go, okay, but when are you going to fix it?
Yeah. Yeah. And that's fair. I think both sides, it's fair. It's fair for him to not go in depth about how all these problems are related to each other. And I also think it's fair for people to just want better offensive line play. It's football is a game that is connected. Everything is connected. There are things that you can do to make up for some shortcomings. Mm-hmm. And it feels like when you combine personnel, scheme, and not having talent in other places all at one time, and then the defense struggles at something, putting more pressure on the offensive line, it all boils down to get better big boys. Because you look at, Philly is the example, right? Everyone looks at Philly at this point, but Philly has a good O-line. They got a good D-line. They got the best running back in the game. They got receivers on the outside to hold safeties accountable. They have everything lined up to whereas if that offensive line had a down day, they can counter it somehow. Here, you just don't have that. You don't have all the weapons to that level to make up for that stuff. So that's where they can help this offensive line, but it all starts with personnel and play calling.
This is also a good question, a good conversation for ESPN draft analyst Jordan Reid. He's going to join us at 11. We've got more sound from John and Mike McDonald coming up at 10:45. We're going to take a break in between at 10:30 to talk to ESPN senior NHL writer Greg Wyshynski to see what the heck is going on with the Kraken. And the Kraken are leading off headline rewrites, so let's go.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number one, the Kraken announced Monday they have fired Dan Bilesma as head coach and are promoting Jason Botterill to GM and Ron Francis to team president. What's the real headline?
So you're telling me all I've got to do to be named Kraken team president is not my job.
They're not very good when you look at the roster. Right? I was trying to find like some
silver lining.
compliments.
Don't
some
bother.
accolades.
Don't
No,
bother.
let him try. Let him cook.
look,
Let him cook.
Matty Beniers, rookie of the year, right? His first year, you're good there, and that's where it stopped. I look at Jared McCann, tied for 79th when it comes to points. The Boston Bruins, a team who did not make the playoffs, has a young man that is third when it comes to points. That alone, I'm just like, okay, you just have to find a better roster. You're not doing that. You got 3 coaches in the last 5 years. There's just no consistency. They have a philosophy, but it's clearly not working. So leadership matters. So the fact that your guy, your GM, who is the leader, right, we're talking about John Schneider, decisions he has to make, he gets a promotion. So is this a promotion? Do they like something about him, but they don't feel like he's equipped enough to put together a roster? But maybe your business mind or something else when it comes to hockey, you're good at. I don't know. I'm trying to make sense of this, but it's all bad for the Kraken.
Yeah, I agree. It could be something where they were like, Ron, you're great at like scouting, and we want you to oversee the entirety of the team as a whole. Like maybe you have good relationships with people, but like the day-to-day, like decision making with maybe who we want to draft or who we want to sign in free agency. That being said, what I would love to know and what I wish I could ask is this something where you once again have issues between ownership, spending, and a GM? Like, was this a bad GM that just wanted to build a team in a relatively conservative way, who had too much confidence in a team that wasn't as good as they looked in their playoff season? Or is this a GM that wanted to do more and couldn't? That's what I wish I knew.
Yeah. Lots of questions.
I know.
No answers.
Well, we have Greg Wyshynski joining us in less than 15. I'm not saying he has the answers, but he's got some really good insight.
Headline rewrites.
Headline 2, the Mariners start the final leg of their road trip today in Boston. What's the real headline?
I think you mean American League juggernaut Mariners.
That's right.
Are beginning that
That's
series in Boston.
Bombs.
Look out.
Said bombs all day. Boston second in the AL East. Devers, I was hoping he was still struggling. He's not. His numbers are better than Julio now. Boston will strike out a bit, about 24% of the time. The slugging is about the same as the Mariners. OPS is about the same. Devers actually leads the team when it comes to hard hits and barrel rate, exit velo. It's almost like you're looking at the same team. You're going to see what Bello today, is that you said, Curtis? Bello. His first start of the season. He was their opening day starter last year. We'll see how he looks. This should be an interesting game. I feel like these teams are very comparable when it comes to their capabilities. So Mariners, what would this be, the 5th straight series win?
Yes,
Let's go
if they get this one against Boston. As a reminder, on day 1 of the NFL draft, you're going to have late programming because the Mariners have a matinee. Normally those matinees are on Wednesday. At Thursday, there's going to be a matinee finale between these teams. And then Curtis and I are going to be on air with Brady. And then Bump is going to be on with the rest of the guys. We got a bunch of former Seahawks on basically a draft roundtable night 1. Long day for Bump, Brock, and Wyman.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, the WIA added girls flag football as an officially sanctioned sport for high schools. What's the real headline?
Sad news for Matt Nelson. Magic the Gathering did not become a sanctioned sport in its first year. I'm so sorry.
There's always next year.
I know. I'm holding out hope for you guys.
Me too.
Are you
The
going to go
nerds
back
need
and
more
coach?
representation.
Matt, if you could coach a high school thing, what would you want to coach?
Oh, man.
Comic book reading?
Chess club.
Matt, no.
Don't know how to
Matt,
play
you don't
chess.
strike me as a chess person.
No, I'm not smart enough for
Yeah,
chess.
you're more of like,
There's too
okay,
many
guys,
things.
today we're talking Marvel.
Yeah, I could do that. I could teach a Marvel class.
Marvel class?
That'd probably be about it.
Okay. Bump, what would you teach?
What I teach? PE. Greatest PE teacher of all time. And they got the greatest gigs in the world. PE teachers hang around for 35 years, don't
Truly.
go anywhere. PE is it.
All my memories
go to
of
work in
PE
sweats.
teachers. Yeah, all my memories of PE teachers are my PE teacher just sitting on a stool or like a chair, just chilling, looking at his phone while kids were like running
Saying,
around.
all right, line up, go play dodgeball.
And it's funny because in hindsight, that guy was probably 28. But in my mind, it was like an old person.
The ones I know at Monroe High School, James Lane and Brittany Kids, they work out every single morning. They're running around with it because like they're in great
Those are
shape.
good PE teachers.
Right? They're hanging in there. I look at them, I go, man, you guys are living the life. You get summers off. You get to go play golf. But well, back to the young ladies, WIAA. So when I watch soccer, right, I prefer the women's game. Watch the World Cup. And the reason why I prefer it because they don't flop, they don't cry, none of that stuff. The men are so dramatic, rolling around, flopping. When I watch flag football, I'm enjoying the women's game more than watching these young dudes run around because of just the intensity that they play with. I'm telling you, the potential for this is great. We're gonna have it in the Olympics. This thing's about to blow up because girls can really shine in flag football.
Well, it's youth participation in sports is always really important, and I think a lot of studies show that it drops off a lot, unfortunately, for young girls, and there are real effects from that. So I love anytime we hear about girls sports, like a new sport getting sanctioned, and the Seahawks are heavily involved with this as well, as are a ton of local teams, because there's been so much local excitement and success about it. So if you've got kids, in middle school, at the high school level, girls who might be interested in this, highly encourage them to check it out. It's very cool. I didn't know anything about it until I started doing the Seahawks pregame stuff with G, and we would interview not just girls who were playing, but coaches or the Seahawks community involvement groups would come out and talk about supporting it. It's got a huge wave of support here locally.
It's dope. And big ups to, if you guys know anything about the Seahawks and flag football, Mario Bailey, UW legend, is kind of spearheading this thing. And it's been great to watch. Brian Walters has helped out. I've seen Loaf out there. This is a big deal. In 10 years, this is going to be serious out there. I love this.
Yeah. Someone said, looking at his phone, Stacy, what year were you in high school? Why would he not?
We didn't have phones like that. We had
What?
Nextels when I was in high school. There was no entertainment on the phone.
When you were in high school?
There was no entertainment on the phone.
You don't
back
think
then.
someone was looking at his phone texting like that?
We weren't texting
When
like
did
that.
iPhones come out?
2008.
Oh. I graduated in 2007. First iPhones. Are you sure 2008?
I remember because Lawrence Jackson.
Okay, well, I have a
had one.
specific memory, and I'm not going to say his name because I am local. But I have a specific memory of my PE teacher, who was not a good PE teacher, literally would just chill.
Really?
Would do absolutely nothing. And kids wouldn't do anything. Like, you could, for PE, it was just an hour. You could sit for PE for
That's
an hour and
crazy.
read. You could walk around a track. I didn't go to a great high school.
Did you walk?
Oh, in junior high I did, because we would have to run the track, and you would collect little, what are they called, pipe cleaners, and you would have to collect 8, because then it was a full mile, and it was a little 8-mile track, whatever. And I would look for ones that people had dropped.
Finesse the game.
What's going on with the Kraken? ESPN senior NHL writer Greg Wyshynski joins us next.
On a roll.
Holy smokes, Cal Raleigh with his 9th home run of the season.
Make it 4 straight series wins. Tied for 3rd most wins in the American League. A game out of 1st in the West.
Guys are getting good swings on the ball. They're seeing it well.
The M's look to keep rolling in the first of 3 against the Red Sox in Boston this afternoon. First pitch at 3:45 with pregame at 2:30. Catch every pitch of every game on the Seattle Sports app.
We at Three Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. Three Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafy and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contest and rules at seattlesports.com/play. play.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
What up, fellow Gen Xers? Elizabeth Banks here. As the original Latchkey kids, we took things into our own hands, like house keys and video game controllers. And now it's time for us to do it again, because the recommended age to get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. We're at over 6 times greater risk compared to adults under 50. So go to vaxassist.com and schedule. Gen X, this is our shot. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Our First Mark Challenge victory is Aaron McCoy from McCoy Home Solutions, yet another small business owner that took the First Mark Insurance Challenge. Aaron, what was the initiative to make that call?
I've got something worth preserving for the sake of the people that I serve and my family. So it's important to me.
What did you learn through the process?
The experience with First Mark has been highly professional, informative individuals that have helped me from personal to professional insurance, life insurance, policies, coverage, cyberspace. Things that I was afraid to approach were pretty easily approachable.
How would you say their customer service has been, Aaron?
Absolutely 10 out of 10. I just couldn't say anything higher about First Mark. They've executed very well on as many levels as I could rate them.
So if you're a small business owner that wants to take the stress of insurance off your plate, do what Aaron McCoy did for McCoy Home Solutions. Make the call to First Mark Insurance. They're your teammate that goes to work for you. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of their National Red Tag Sales Event, now extended through April 27th. Stop by any of their participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales Event, extended through April 27th. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on WYMAN BOB.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar this Thursday at 6 p.m. to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And which joints have you seen good success with?
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Are you in pain? Join him this Thursday at 6 p.m. for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Lots of changes happening with the Kraken. The team fired its coach Dan Bilesma after just one season. There's also been a change to the front office. Former GM Ron Francis has been named team president. Assistant general manager Jason Botterill has been promoted to GM. So what's it actually mean for the Seattle Kraken? Let's bring on ESPN NHL analyst Greg Wyshynski right now to the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook hotline. Hey, Greg, how's it going?
It's going well, thanks. How are you?
Good. We're trying to make sense of some front office moves for the Kraken and also figure out what this team needs to take its next step forward. So I'll start with just your general reaction. Were you surprised to hear that Dan Bilesma was fired after just one season?
I was, but wasn't. And the wasn't part is in calling around and finding a little bit more information about how the season went. I think anytime you're one and done as a coach, it's a surprise. But, I've heard some tales about some friction between him and management, and obviously the results weren't there, even though he had success at the AHL level. And so I'm sure part of this is the machinations in the front office, which we weren't really privy to when Bilesma was first fired yesterday. The idea that you're going to hand the reins to Jason Botterill sort of tells you that maybe you're giving him the opportunity to completely put his imprint on the team with a new head coach as well. So, lack of results, maybe a little friction behind the scenes, and the chance to kind of move forward with a clean slate. It all sort of adds up to Bilesma being a one-and-done coach with the Kraken.
What type of leadership do you think this team needs? Obviously, right, leadership is reflected in the roster. You got to mold it. Like there's a connection when it comes to that. But what type of coach do you think the Kraken should be looking for?
At this point, given the state of the roster and given the state of the prospect pool and given the state of that it might be a kind of a ball before the Kraken are really a serious contender in the Western Conference, it's a great question. I mean, part of me thinks it should be someone with a bit more of an identity, someone that can come in and be like, we're going to play this style, we're going to play that style. Usually when you have a team that has a bit of a talent deficiency, it's going to be more of a defensive style, but that doesn't really kind of gel with where the league is right now. But for me, again, I think it's less about the head coach right now and more about the direction of the franchise, which brings us back to the Botterill Ron Francis bit. And frankly, in talking to some people this morning about the Seattle move, I'm in agreement with the prevailing sentiment, which is, if you're not happy with the direction of the franchise, then why are you handing the reins to somebody while keeping the person who directed the franchise above him? Mm-hmm. And that's really the conundrum right now. There's been some examples of this. The Vegas Golden Knights gave the general manager chair to Kelly McCrimmon and moved George McPhee upstairs. They did that because they were afraid of McCrimmon being poached by somebody else. I don't think this was the situation in Seattle. And then in Washington, McPhee was there before he moved to Vegas, and they fired him and then moved his assistant GM, Brian McClellan, into that job. And that's really been one of the models of success in this league is McClellan was a guy who understood the roster. He understood the team. He was an assistant GM for a long time. They moved him up to the big job, but then they cleared out the guy that had been the GM there for decades to allow McClellan to put his stamp on the roster. And I guess that's my issue right now with this move in Seattle is, if they see Jason Botterill as a guy that can really put this franchise on a different track and move it forward, then let him cook. Clear out Ron Francis, say thanks for helping to build this roster after the expansion draft, and allow someone else to take the reins and move this team in a different direction.
Greg, curious as to what you think or what you're hearing might be going on with a team like Seattle. And by that, I mean, I couldn't tell if them really struggling to find success was because they were following a path much more typical of an expansion team where it just takes a while, or if there is an idea in hockey that some ownership groups maybe restrict spending compared to others. We're so used to talking about this with the Mariners. I was just curious about your thought and kind of what you hear.
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily restricting spending because they did spend a bit of money last offseason. I think the problem with Seattle, just from an outsider's perspective, is that they're kind of flailing. They're trying to figure out something that'll work. They had a brief bit of success in the playoffs that one season, but that's not been repeatable. The expansion draft is kind of the original sin for the franchise in the sense of they didn't get to have the same success that Vegas did because all these teams figured out the mistakes they made in the Vegas expansion draft and corrected them and didn't make the same ones, didn't allow the leverage of the expansion draft to force them into dumb decisions. And so the Kraken didn't necessarily get a chance to take advantage of it like Vegas did. And, there's been some mistakes by the front office along the way insofar as the Grubauer situation didn't pan out. I think, depending on who you talk to around the league, the Chandler Stevenson thing isn't a hugely popular signing. And so, that's kind of the issue right now is we've talked before about what the direction of the team should be and all this other stuff. And I think they're trying on different outfits, they're trying to figure out what looks best and they haven't really been able to settle on anything in the history of the team.
Hey, so I hang out with a bunch of old school hockey heads, right? I got two spots, Moonshine and Northern Public House, and they're always talking about this guy, Mitch Love, right? Was born in BC. He's an assistant coach for the Washington Capitals. And I don't know much about him. I've met him a couple of times, but I would assume that if you are looking for a head coach, is NHL going younger? He's 40 years of age. And would you want to pull from an organization that's had some success over the past years?
Yeah, absolutely. And, that part of it, though, is also, do you really want to, leave a good situation? And obviously, that's the key for some of these associate and assistant coaches. You do want to get your chance to be in the big job, but sometimes it could help if you percolate a little bit more on somebody else's bench. In the NHL, you're going to be hearing about names like Jeff Halpern, who's been a successful assistant coach, Jeff Blashill, who was a head coach with the Detroit Red Wings and has worked with John Cooper down in Tampa for a while. I think he's ready for his second chance. There's always going to be, big hotshot assistants that are looking to get the gig. And then obviously there's going to be a collection of retread coaches, Gerard Gallant, Peter Laviolette, who was just fired from the Rangers, who has some, as I pointed out on Twitter yesterday, has some history with Ron Francis tracking back to the Carolina Hurricanes days. There's a deep pool of people from which to choose. And then it just comes back to A, maybe who you have a personal relationship as an executive, and B, who you think fits the current incarnation of this team. And therein lies the problem again. There are going to be guys like John Tortorella, for example, who could probably come in and get this team to play a certain structure and have them inch close to the wild card. But ultimately, what does it add up to? Do you want someone to grow with the young players? Do you want a veteran coach? These are all questions that Jason Botterill and Ron Francis are going to have to answer in the next few weeks. And what they settle on will probably tell us a little bit about where they think this team is right now.
Where do you think this team could go? Is there a piece or two that you look at and you go, oh my God, use this guy as a foundational piece? Do you think they're somewhat close or several years removed from improvement?
I'm not really happy with the trajectory of the team, to be honest with you. I mean, I think that they've got some decent pieces. Obviously, Matty Beniers being one of them. Shane Wright took some strides this year. Hopefully, we can take more. I'm not enamored with what they have in their system from a defensive point of view. If you're looking to build out from the blue line out. And so they're in kind of a hockey purgatory right now. I think teams that are around where they are in the standings all have more upward trajectory. You look at the Anaheim Ducks. I mean, they are absolutely loaded with young talent. And whoever comes over and takes over that team is going to be pretty good within the next 2 years. I think the Sharks obviously, have a megastar level talent in Macklin Celebrini, a better player than Seattle has on their roster right now. Even Calgary, that got a few sniffs of the wild card this year, maybe has a little bit more young talent than we gave them credit for to go along with some veterans that are on the team. And then you have Seattle. And so, the painful truth of it all is that taking a step back for a couple of years and trying to rebuild this team in a more traditional sense of like getting top tier franchise level talent in the draft is probably what they should do. But it's kind of early to do that for a team that's still trying to make inroads in the market. And that becomes part of the trick too.
He is ESPN senior NHL writer Greg Wyshynski, kind enough to join us to talk about some big changes in the Kraken front office. Thanks so much, Greg. We appreciate your time.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah, anytime. Thanks for having me.
All right, coming up at 11, ESPN draft analyst Jordan Reid is going to join us. We've got questions for him about what the Seahawks might do at 18. Before we get to it, the latest from Mike and John coming your way next.
The Cal Raleigh Show.
Belted way out of here to right field. Holy smokes.
Every Thursday with Shannon Drayer on Wyman and Bob.
Seattle has been nothing but good to me. I would love nothing more to play for one team my whole career.
Listen live on the Seattle Sports app or find the video on YouTube.
Cal Raleigh with a walk-off home run.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
47,000 fans are going crazy.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions. 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Washington is leading the way in car theft reduction. Car thefts dropped by 32% from 2023 to 2024 in our state, but there's still work to be done. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Getting a new battery should be easy. At Pacific Power Batteries, you won't go in with a battery problem and come out with a new transmission. Instead, we can test your battery to see if it's actually the problem. Maybe it's the alternator. We don't sell alternators, so we have no motivation to sell you one or even a new transmission. We have load testers and conductance testers, hydrometers and voltmeters whenever needed. I'm Steve Almond, and I invite you to our family-owned Pacific Power Batteries. You can trust us with any battery problem, and we'll top off the blinker fluid for free.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bumpin' Stacy
weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I ate all my lunch.
It's 10:47.
I know, but this is why I don't bring my lunch to work. I don't know if anyone else experiences this. You bring your lunch to work, and then all of a sudden, all you can think about is eating your lunch.
Well, and then bring my lunch every day.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Yeah, but
work
you
that
have
way.
you have a different kind of discipline that normal people don't have just from being an athlete. Like you get up and work out at what time do you get up and work
He just eats his lunch
out?
at the same time every day. See, that's not
He's
like
a freak.
discipline. That's
He's a
just
freak.
it's following a schedule.
No, it's not normal.
Bub, you're so dedicated to the craft. You eat lunch every day at the
Every
same
day
time.
at the same time.
Wow.
This is what I don't get about you as a person. You bring your lunch to work and it just sits there staring at you
It's in the fridge. I don't see it.
from the kitchen. You don't think about it. Every commercial break, you don't think about it.
No.
I went in the first commercial break. I had no willpower.
Well, you know what? If you keep bringing your lunch, you'll get better at that. That's not going to happen.
And I will. And I will, because this is not just a fad.
That's right.
I'm not just someone who packs
It's a
lunch
fad.
one day. No, it's not.
It's
No,
like
I can be
Gigapets.
better.
Remember Gigapets?
No.
You don't remember Gigapets?
I remember Neopets, Tamagotchis.
What? Yeah, it's like that. It's a fad.
Aren't Gigapets just Neopets and Tamagotchis?
Sure.
They're all the same thing?
Yeah.
It's like that.
Mhm.
Only here's the thing. I'm not going to forget about it and let it die. I'm going to keep bringing this little lunchbox right here into work. I'm going to go get it in different colors. And I'm going to be someone who brings their lunch to work, and I'm also going to be someone who makes their own coffee in the morning.
There you go.
That I'm not gonna, no.
I think you have a greater shot of bringing your lunch into work.
Thank
than
you,
someone
Curtis,
who
for
makes-
believing in me.
Well, than someone who makes their own coffee in the morning.
No, I was running.
When
late
Starbucks
today.
got a hold on you.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I have to admit.
I don't see you and without an iced coffee in your hand every morning.
No, but I am self-sufficient enough to make my own lunch. Not to wait to eat it. I did basically eat it for breakfast, but these are baby steps that we're taking. You know what I mean? It's never too late to be a strong, independent woman, and I say that to listeners all the time. Okay. Let's go to the latest from John and Mike. Again, we started the show by playing John's line about that offensive line is an area of need, but it's also a lazy narrative. Every team is looking for offensive line help, and we talked about that for 15 minutes. I mean, that was really the big takeaway for a lot of people. We have more to get to, though, so we'll start with this one on Charles Cross's fifth-year option. It's a quick answer.
You have Charles' option? Deadline's in a couple weeks, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll answer that at a later date.
Yeah, so that's not going to happen. The deadline, by the way, is May 1st. So not that late.
No, he's got other things to worry about a little bit, but it's on. I mean, they're not just gonna wing this thing. Of course, they got plans for that. So He's like, focus on the draft, one thing at a time.
Well, they didn't just focus on the draft. There were also questions about reports that Sam Howell was being made available via trade.
The report that you guys have received inquiries about Sam Howell, potential trade, is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate, and we have a great relationship with Bruce, his agent, and Bruce is very well known and respected throughout the National Football League, so he has a ton of contacts as well. So it's a very open dialogue.
So again, Sam Howell is being made available via trade. It's an open dialogue. No real movement there right now, but.
Well, there's no real movement because Sam Howell is the type of quarterback that you look for after the draft. After you've gone through the 10, 12 potential quarterbacks who can be drafted, you see where they've landed. Did you pick up one?
Yeah.
Is there a free agent that you like? That's just who Sam Howell is. So, no, it's going to be quiet right now for Howell. Give him a couple weeks and things will start moving a bit.
I liked these questions for Mike McDonald. First, he was asked about his outlook, on the roster right now.
There's a lot of enthusiasm. Our guys are really excited. I'm going off of the conversations I've had with the guys on our roster, and it's not to make a comment about the guys that weren't here and the guys that are here. It's just there's a lot of respect for the guys that are on our football team, and a lot of prior relationships too that have kind of come back into the mold, and so guys are excited about kind of renewing that relationships that they've had with those guys and being in this setting here, at the VMAC every day. So I'm really encouraged. I'm really excited, and this time. Tomorrow we'll be finishing up our first day, and then we'll go do it day 2 and do that for the next 10 weeks. It'll be a lot of fun.
A lot of enthusiasm about the roster right now. Rather than ask you about his reaction, I'm going to throw you a similar question. How do you feel about the state of the Seahawks roster heading into the draft?
I like it. I think it's in good shape. I know that, and I can say that it's in good shape because I'm anticipating more to be done with the offensive line. I'm anticipating them grabbing a guy or two in this draft. I'm also anticipating them picking up training camp casualties, right? We heard John talk about that, too. They're going to add there. I look at the wide receiver room. I think it's good for now, but I anticipate them getting another wide receiver. If they did nothing at the running back position, I'd be okay with that, but I think they are going to do something there. So, no, right now I'm fine. The defense is the least of my concerns, even though there are some depth issues over there at the cornerback position. But right now I think with this roster, if they were to run it back with this roster, with this new offensive coordinator, I think – early on in the season, they're at least competing for the division. Now, you got to take into account injuries and other teams just elevating their play. But, because I'm anticipating other moves to be made, I'm okay with where the roster is right now. The biggest part was getting your quarterback and finding another receiver to team up with JSN.
I also liked this question. We know that when people talk about hybrid players, there's two-way players, right? Like Travis Hunter, and then there's guys that are like, oh, he's kind of like a safety who's a linebacker. Those are really the hybrid players we're talking about here. Mike McDonald asked about those guys.
Well, they're really exciting. I think especially in this year, it's when you're evaluating these guys, you try to have a vision for what their role would be immediately and then what it would grow to. But it felt really clear, from our coaches, from how I saw it. And there's several guys like that you mentioned that are in the draft that would be really exciting.
Okay, so again, several guys that are in the draft could be very exciting. I think that I would imagine for a defensive coordinator especially, those guys let you be pretty flexible.
Yeah, those guys allow you to be creative. I think the most athletic guys on the football field are on the defensive side of the ball because you're reacting to everything, right? You're responding to what the offense is doing. And talent gives you flexibility on offense and on defense. You get a good couple offensive linemen that gives you flexibility with your run packages, with your play action and all that. And defensively, if you have guys in that first, second, and third level who can do multiple things, it allows you to mess with the minds of the offense with your pre-snap alignment, with your stunts, with the blitzes that you're showing. It's all about personnel. Personnel gives you flexibility. Mike McDonald knows all about that because he had one of the best defensive personnels in the game a couple years ago with the Baltimore Ravens.
Seattle Sports is the home of the Seahawks and your home for the 2025 NFL Draft. Find us on the radio, the app, and our YouTube page for complete coverage of the Hawks' 5 top 100 picks. Our coverage starts Thursday. I can't believe it's almost Thursday at 4 p.m. with the John Schneider Show, and then continues through every Seahawks pick. Follow along via the Seattle Sports app. We are diving into a preview for round 1 of the NFL Draft with ESPN draft analyst Jordan Reid. He joins us next.
The 2025 NFL Draft.
The first real opportunity for Mike McDonald to build this team in the image he really wants.
With 5 of the first 100 picks.
Are you kidding me?
What are the biggest needs?
It might be too early to take a guard in the first round.
And nobody is taking you deeper inside Seahawks HQ on draft day with General Manager John Schneider live at 4 p.m.
What you do here matters.
Thursday, only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
The Puyallup RV Show, May 1st through 4th. 400 new and used RVs, plus manufactured homes. Over 1,000 floor plan options. It's your best chance to save all year. Browse the exhibits, chat with the experts, free parking. Tickets at PuyallupRVShow.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Music that moves your soul. Live at Muckleshoot Event Center, Thursday, April 24th. Get tickets before they sell out at MuckleshootCasino.com.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out, because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
It is a great deal. Riverside Roofing is offering $1,000 off a new roof replacement, incentivizing homeowners like you to book their roof replacement right now. It's Mike Salk here, and this is a great time to do it. The days are getting longer. Post 7 p.m. sunsets, those crews can get your roof done quick, just in time for the spring rains to keep your home dry and protected. Here's what you got to do to claim your $1,000 off from Riverside Roofing. Book a free estimate from their website, riversideroofingllc.com. And when you meet with Brandon, that's Don's son, tell him you heard the message on the radio station. $1,000 back in your pocket and a brand new roof over your head. Be sure to ask Brandon about their 35 years of local experience, their GAF Master Elite certification, which puts them in the top 3% of roofers nationally, and the catch-all system, which they use to keep your yard and driveway totally free of debris like nails and shingles. It's all at riversideroofingllc.com. Tell them Mike Salk sent you. Go to Riverside Roofing, the roofing company you can trust.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and if you're interested in a backyard oasis, come explore the latest trends in outdoor living, patio, and deck design during the grand opening of People Come First Construction Group's new Luxury Design Center. It's this Friday starting at 11 a.m. and is a special offer. During the event only, PCF Group will cover the sales tax on grills, appliances, furniture, hot tubs, and more. Plus, meet industry designers and innovators, as well as celebrity guests, including, well, yours truly from 3 to 5 p.m., along with current NFL player Brady Russell and NFL alumni president Randall Morris. The new PCF Group Design Center is designed to be an immersive experience for customers, showcasing just how outdoor spaces elevate home living, relaxation, and entertainment. Food and beverages will be available, giveaways, and you'll have the chance to view their state-of-the-art virtual reality system. So come check out PCF Group's new exterior design Premier Gallery. Grand opening this Friday, starting at 11 a.m. For more details, visit PCFgroup.com or call 206-992-0364.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
There's been no movement at all in this year's draft. All 32 teams have their original first-round pick, but might there finally be a trade near the top soon? According to ESPN's Peter Schrager, the Browns and Giants are fielding multiple trade offers for picks 2 and 3, respectively. Schrager added that neither team is outwardly rejecting the offers right now.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
ESPN draft analyst Jordan Reid joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. I cannot believe we are just a couple days away from round 1 of the NFL draft. Seahawks sitting there at pick number 18. Jordan, I'm going to start with a question about Seattle, but we have a lot to cover with this year's class. So first, when you are looking at the Seahawks' biggest need to you heading into night 1, what is it?
I think it's offensive line. They have to figure out a way to address some interior spots. I know they had some inconsistencies across the board at those spots the season ago. So, and then you have to also factor in the durability concerns with Abe Lucas at right tackle. So I think offensive line is definitely one area where they could definitely look to address, and then also just finding another outside receiver. I think that's another area where they could be pretty aggressive about addressing too.
Do you see any surprises coming up in the first round? Because if things stay put, if teams do not move, I think it'd be the first time since 2001 every team held their original position, but obviously we expect some things to happen. Do you feel or foresee any surprises in this first round?
Yeah, I think the lack of consensus at the top of this year's draft outside of the top 3 picks, I think we're gonna be in for a wild ride on Thursday, honestly, just because at the top, I think it's presumed and fair to say that Cam Ward is going to go number 1 and then Abdul Carter and Shedeur Sanders in some form or fashion. But after that, with the New England Patriots at number 4 overall, I think that's where things get really interesting in this year's class.
So related to Bump's question, we are hearing reports from one of your colleagues at ESPN that there could be movement near the top. Is that with teams at the very, very top? So there's not someone trading up from 20 to 2. We're thinking it's just movement within the top 5.
Yeah, I think movement within the top 5 is fair just because there's a lot of question marks about this year's offensive line class. And everybody knows that New England, they need an offensive lineman at 4. It's just a matter of which one that they're taking. Is it going to be Armand Membu of Mizzou or Will Campbell of LSU? It even can be Kelvin Banks of Texas. Nobody really knows what's going to happen at that number 4 slot.
Yeah, it does get tricky at number 4. And I'm a wideout, so I spend a lot of time looking at these wideouts. And I think you have a mecca in your mock draft going into the second round to the Jacksonville Jaguars. What do you make of just this wide receiver group in general, and especially the negative things that you've heard about McMillan?
Well, it's not what we saw a season ago with 3 guys going inside the top 10 with Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, and Rome Odunze. We don't really have that marquee name at the top in this year's draft. I think the first one could go really as high as the Panthers at 8, but I still expect them to go defense. Now you're talking about Dallas at 12 potentially, and then a bunch of teams after that needing a receiver. So that 8 to 12 range is where we could see the first one go off of the board, whether it's Matthew Golden of Texas and then also Tedero McMillan, who you just mentioned, of Arizona. I think those are your 2 that are probably going to come off of the board. After that, then it gets really interesting. whether it's Emeka Egbuka, Luther Burden III, and then some names in that area, in that range as well. But with McMillan, he's one, it just depends on who you ask. Honestly, there's a lot of mixed opinions about him. I personally am very high on him. He's inside of my top 20 prospects. I think that's a fair range of where he's going to go. I like the big body stature that he has, the physicality, and just the ability to play above the rim. I like receivers that are that archetype and really play to their size. I know he wasn't able to test at the combine, but he ran in the mid 4.5s at his pro day, which is a fair time for him. You know, you're going to see a lot of pro player comparisons like T. Higgins, Drake London, and even some people might view him as a Mike Evans type, even though I'm not going that far with making that comparison to a future Hall of Famer. But he's more so of the Drake London mold to me.
So related to that range, and in addition to Emeka, so let's say 15 to 25, is there another player or two, and they don't have to be on Seattle's radar, so it doesn't have to fill a need for Seattle, but just something to get Seahawks fans excited when that pick rolls around to think, well, maybe it's this guy, maybe a player that you're just kind of high on, excited to see what he can do?
Well, I think if either McMillan or Golden are there for them to take, I definitely think those could be a possibility just because Jackson Smith and Jigba had the breakout season. You bring over Cooper Kupp this season, but they still need that other outside guy, in my opinion, and I believe both of those guys can play on the outside. You already have your slot player in JSN. So getting Sam Darnold some more weapons, I definitely think that would help them. They also could go offensive line. Gray Zabel is a player that makes a lot of sense, the offensive lineman out of North Dakota State. And I know everybody doesn't get too fired up about offensive linemen, but the Seahawks definitely need offensive linemen, especially early on.
Tyler Shuck has been an interesting one to me. Like, I've seen him mocked in the first round. I think you have him in the third round. What is it about his game that, one, allowed him to kind of fly under the radar, but now gain some momentum and be talked about a lot?
Well, the injuries was one of the biggest reasons why he really flew under the radar. He just hasn't been healthy. Just how long he's been in college. He actually was Justin Herbert's backup at Oregon in 2018. So we're talking about somebody that's been in college for a very, very long time. But throw out the age with him, honestly, even though he's going to be a 26-year-old rookie, I actually love the experience that he has just because you can never play too many reps as a quarterback. So him coming into the league a little bit older, I see that as a positive, honestly. That was one of my biggest takeaways from last year's draft class. The two guys that played the best, Bo Nix and Jay Daniels, were the two quarterbacks that played the most snaps in college. So I think Shuck's experience is going to be something that works in his favor. He's a really polished pocket passer. The biggest thing with him is that he just needed to stay healthy, and he was able to do that for the first time last season, but it's just a matter of now is he going to be able to replicate that moving forward as far as the durability.
So related to Bump's question, I want to talk about just in general late round, particularly late day 2 and day 3 quarterbacks. I was listening to this great feature from Bucky Brooks this morning, and he was talking about how maybe 2014 was like the last class where you really found some production or surprises later, but that typically you don't really get late draft surprises at quarterback the way that you used to. And Jordan, as you know, there's a great example of that here with Russell Wilson being a round 3 pick. And I think that Seahawks fans very naturally go, well, what if Dylan Gabriel, or what if, Tyler Shuck or whoever, because we have it feels like recent example of a late quarterback succeeding here. Do you think that that's less common now? And why do you think that is, if so?
Well, I have a saying that you can't win the lottery unless you buy a ticket. So if you're looking to hit on one of those late-round quarterbacks, the only way you'll be able to hit on one of those guys is if you end up drafting them, whether it's the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, or even 7th round. We saw it in San Francisco with the Brock Purdy, most recently a couple of years ago, which was a lottery ticket for them. They already had Jimmy Garoppolo in the building, but they went ahead and they drafted the quarterback, and now he's probably about to be somebody that's making $40+ million a year. So with those quarterbacks, it's one of the toughest positions, or in my opinion, the toughest position to project. But when you do hit on them, especially early on, now it changes the complete outlook of your team as a whole.
I was just telling Stacy that I think the most athletic guys play defense, and you get contributions early from certain positions, right? Like running back, you can hit early, DBs or whatnot. Is there a position in your experience to where you feel like you can find one of these guys later, or history says you can find a couple of these guys later at this certain position and have them contribute early?
It's always going to be running back to me. And I know Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, and Derrick Henry, they reversed really the outlook as far as how people view running backs here most recently. But running backs, you can find those guys anywhere in the draft. And that's not to say you shouldn't take them early. I definitely think there's some guys that are worthy. We have a couple in this year's draft. But history says it is a position that you really can find in any round, and you can come in and contribute as well. And I think that's one of the biggest storylines to watch in this year's draft class, just because I think this is the best running back class since we had in 2017. And there was 30 running backs drafted that year. And if you remember, that was the Leonard Fournette, Christian McCaffrey, Dalvin Cook, Joe Mixon, Alvin Kamara, Aaron Jones. Just reeled off like 7 or 8 names right there that was in that class. That class is very reminiscent, or this class is very reminiscent of that class. I think we could get 30 or more running backs in this class drafted.
So very related. Would love to hear some names that you either like for Seattle or like for a team that's going to use, let's say, a round 3 or later pick on a running back.
There's a couple that I like in that range. Devin Neal out of Kansas is one that I like quite a bit. Had a prolific career there with the Jayhawks. Really a stoutly built running back and running between the tackles, really good on the perimeter. Really soft hands as a pass catcher as well. Another one of my personal favorites is DJ Giddings of Kansas State, who really came on late in the draft process. One of the biggest question marks about him was just how fast he was, but he ran 4.43 at the combine. So he silenced that question. He's a really good pass catcher out of the backfield as well. Fantastic vision. He can make guys miss on the second and third level as well. But if you're looking for a deep sleeper, one is Rashard Smith out of SMU. He'll probably go in the 4th or the 5th round. If I had to guess right now, I actually have a 4th round grade on him. I'm a little bit higher than consensus. But he was a former receiver at Miami that transitioned to running back for 1 year only at SMU. The season ago, ran for over 1,000 yards, a really good pass catcher, obviously, too, with him having his receiver background. So I think he could be a major offensive weapon in the NFL.
Now, I know you got a lot of names, and if you don't have an answer for this one, it's okay, because I'm asking you to go deep into your chamber, man. And because I have a personal interest with this young man, I've trained him since he was 9, 10 years old. Efton Chisholm III out of Eastern Washington.
Efton Chisholm, yeah, that's your guy. I remember.
All right. What about this young man?
I was really impressed with him at the East-West Shrine game. That really was my first exposure to seeing him live. I did get a chance to obviously see him during the season or watch his tape prior to that point, but fantastic route runner. I mean, really elusive, really a loose mover, great hands, really good catch radius as well. A little undersized, but his play strength is exceptional. That was one note that I definitely did write about him. But if I'm looking for somebody to go, 6th or 7th round that I'm willing to take a chance on, he definitely would be one. I think he could come in and be a contributor just because he's a well-seasoned route runner already, has really good hands. But whenever you're a smaller receiver, you have to have that really good play strength to give yourself a chance. So he was one that really impressed me, and the other was Jimmy Horn Jr. out of Colorado. I came away out of the the Shrine game really impressed with both of those players.
I got to jump back to the first round, and I'm going to look at the offensive line, some of those interior guys. We have heard a ton of Gray Zabel as a potential option for Seattle, obviously Booker as well. How do you have those two kind of ranked on a big board? Is there quite a gap? And then how do you see either as a fit for Seattle?
I actually have Zabel on my board ahead of Booker, just because of the versatility that Zabel has. He's capable of playing all 5 spots. He's more athletic. And then, once again, he just has that positional flexibility. And I always love that in offensive linemen, as opposed to being locked in that one position like Tyler Booker is. Completely different types of players, honestly. Booker is that bully in a phone booth type that really wins with short area quickness and just has a fantastic power profile. So, once again, it's just a matter of the scheme that you're playing in. If I'm thinking of projecting somebody to Seattle with Kubiak in that outside zone scheme, I'm thinking more so of somebody that can be better on the move as far as playing outside of the domains that he's normally going to be in. But if I'm in a man-gap power scheme, now you're talking about Tyler Booker and being a better fit.
Why do you think the Browns go with Travis Hunter instead of a quarterback?
So I heard, I believe it was Eric DeCosta, the Ravens GM, he put it perfectly. And he said, we're never going to sacrifice taking a player in bucket A for a need of somebody that's in bucket B. I think that's a perfect explanation of it, just because if you don't have a quarterback highly ranked, especially when you're picking number 2 overall, you don't need to reach on that position, especially if you have them outside of your top 15 or 20 players, like a lot of reports suggest they have Shedeur Sanders at. I have him as my 19th overall player personally, and I have Travis Hunter as the best player overall in the draft. So I'm not going to sacrifice taking the best player in the draft, even though I have a need at quarterback.
Last one for me. I'm going to look at those tight ends. You have in your latest mock Loveland going at 22 to the Chargers. And I've seen people split on Tyler Warren. You have him at 14 to the Colts. Some people obviously have them flipped. What made you mock Warren ahead of Loveland?
Well, they're completely two different types of tight ends, honestly, and that's the tough part for us on the media side, just because we're not projecting for a certain type of scheme or a certain type of player that fits into our scheme. So Loveland is more so of your F tight end of where you want to keep him on the move. He's a much better route runner and fluid route runner than Tyler Warren, in my opinion, but I just think Tyler Warren is more consistent and more well-rounded as a tight end where we're talking about the blocking aspect and then also just the impact in the passing game that he was able to have consistently.
What are your thoughts on Milroe showing up to the draft? I feel like he's setting himself up not for failure because he's going to get drafted eventually, but is he getting advice? Is his agent telling him to go? Like, what would make him show up to this?
Being around Jalen, having seen him play a couple of times this season, everybody talks about just his competitive drive. And even when you tell him something's not going to happen, he's always going to want to prove you wrong. That's just the type of kid that he is. He's the son of two military parents. So, he's wired the right way. He's used to structure, but he's used to or wanting to prove everybody wrong. So he wants to prove, even though it's out of his control as far as when he hears his name called, that's just the type of competitor that Jalen is, and he's always been like that, even going back to his high school days.
You know what, Jordan, I lied. Before I let you go, I do have one more question. I was reminded of it. I was about to tease and tell everyone to go look at your 7-round mock, and then I remembered you've got your top 350 on there as well, which made me remember that I have a question about UDFAs. Are we going to see maybe a richer UDFA class or a more intriguing one this year? What are you kind of hearing about that group?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's always going to be teams that are scrambling to make some of those UDFA calls, but with the transfer portal now, UDFAs have become more impactful just because even though the talent pool was down, just because these players are being paid now you're talking about teams that do a really good job of scouting this UDFA pool, and even they sacrifice taking these players in the 6th and 7th round so they can get them as UDFAs as well. So that's kind of a competitive advantage that a lot of these teams use.
He is ESPN draft analyst Jordan Reid. His latest mock draft, all 257 picks. Oh, God, Jordan, I don't envy your job. Grinding it out. That's up on ESPN.com right now. We'll retweet it as well. Jordan, thank you so much for your time.
Jordan. Thank y'all as well.
All right, let's get to 4 down territory.
This is 4 down territory, going inside the game. What former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down bump, the Steelers said the Aaron Rodgers situation will not impact their draft plans. What does that mean to you?
It means we're still drafting a quarterback. Yeah. Whether he's here or not, you have to draft a quarterback. You got Mason Rudolph over there, 29 games of experience, 63% completion, 28 touchdowns, 20 interceptions. He's never been a full-time starter. I think he got an opportunity, then got hurt before full season, has never done that. And then you have Skylar Thompson over there, 10 games of experience, 58% completion, 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions. This was going to happen regardless if it's Jackson Dart, if it's Shedeur Sanders, which I don't expect more of Jackson Dart, whoever. They're saying regardless of Aaron is here or not, we are going to draft a quarterback, and that has to be their approach because I think Aaron got 1, maybe 2 more years in him if he feels okay during the offseason after that first year. We still don't know if he's going to be on the team this year. So, yeah, it's an easy situation. I said by 420, the Steelers needed to make a decision on this.
Well,
it seems like they've made a decision on this. They're going to move forward with or without Aaron Rodgers.
2nd down. What type of player would you love to see the Seahawks find this offseason?
Man, when you think about some of the great plays and players over the last 10 or 15 years in this organization, it's undrafted free agents that I think about. I would love to see them go get themselves a good undrafted free agent. We can start with Deshaun Shedd in 2012, Jordan Fat in 16. Didn't play a lot, but he played in multiple positions. Throw Bobo in there from the last few years. You got Jermaine Kearse, Poona Ford, and now you got, of course, Doug Baldwin, right? You can't forget Doug Baldwin. That's when you know that your evaluation is deep and that you are good at finding those diamonds in the rough and you can fill some voids and develop because those undrafted free agents, as you were just talking about with Jordan, like they're going to be more impactful this year because of the transfer portal, NIL, all that good stuff. You can find these dudes. You got to hit with your higher draft picks, but you know you're in your bag when you have some undrafted free agents out there making plays for you.
Has a clarifying question. How does the transfer portal and NIL impact make it so that you have maybe a bigger, richer UDFA class?
I think this is what I think. I'm not sure what Jordan was thinking, but I think it's because the guys who are bouncing around can sometimes get lost because you're leaving a good situation for some money or something. Then you get to a situation that's not what you thought it was, but they go back and say, but in 2023, man, this kid was balling. He had 800 yards, 10 touchdowns. Let's give him a shot. That shuffling is what kind of messes some players up.
Third down. What's Brock Purdy doing that's good for business as far as improving his chances of getting that bag?
So George Kittle isn't showing up for off-season trainings. Yes. Brock Purdy is. And he's showing up to phase 1. And phase 1 is meetings, strength and conditioning, and rehab. There's really no real football going on. He's getting back into the playbook. Phase 2, you got on-the-field workouts, individual drills. And then phase 3, you got 7-on-7, 9-on-7, and 11-on-11 live contact. That's when most of the veterans show up. Either phase 2 or 3, but most of the time phase 3. So this is good for Brock Purdy. If he's trying to show this team, like, look, I'm committed. I want to be here. You show up to these things because it's all about chemistry with these wideouts. And I'm sure Pearsall is there as well. I think he'll be like the number 2 receiver over there. But it's good for Brock Purdy. It's good for him, good for business, for him to show up and show these guys, I'm committed to this team and the development.
Fourth down. ESPN draft analyst Jordan Reid joined us at the top of the hour. 20 minutes later, anything sitting with you from that conversation?
A couple things. I love the way he described Jalen Monroe and how he's from a military family. He wants to prove people wrong. He has no control over whether he gets drafted, but it's almost like he wants to go there and manifest it. I'm going to make this happen just with my presence. I love him bringing up Jimmy Horn Jr. out of Colorado. I think his numbers weren't great, but you see the potential in him there. And then the story that he had for Shook. 26 years of age, and he said something. He said, there's no such thing as too many reps, especially at the quarterback position. My man's 26. He was backing up Justin Herbert.
Might have been too many reps.
It might be too many reps because he kept getting banged up. But no, I just like him telling the story of Shuck, highlighting Jimmy Horn because I love his big playability. Yeah. And then just the mentality of Jalen Monroe, I think is important for people to know, to understand who he is and probably what a team is going to get when they do draft him.
I have 2 things to say. One is Jalen Milroe and Jalen Hurts have the same agent.
Do they?
And I hope she secures another bag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big ups to Hurts. Just got married
Nicole, too. Yeah. What's her last name? I don't know. Secondly, I was listening to Move the Sticks this morning. It wasn't Daniel Jeremiah. It was someone else, but it was obviously with Bucky Brooks. And he brought up for Milroe, hey, they're saying that he's you have already heard the praise, the fastest, running back, faster than Lamar Jackson. And Bucky Brooks, it reminded me of your response, so I wanted to bring it up, was like, pump the brakes. Pump the brakes. He was like, I feel like maybe with recency bias, we are forgetting just how good Lamar was when he was in college and what he was able to do on the ground. He pointed out, like, this guy had 1,600 receiving yards with Louisville in 2017, 18 touchdowns, 21 touchdowns in 2016, 11 rushing touchdowns in 2015.
Yeah.
Like, I think that we see someone who's really exciting. It's, Jalen Milroe, like, he can run the ball and he's so athletic and, wow, that's absolutely amazing. Look at him go. But those are not necessarily the same stats.
It's here's the thing with Milroe is you see the speed and the strength.
Yes.
Right? But with Lamar, it's vision, it's escapability. When's the last time you saw Lamar Jackson take a big hit? You don't see him.
No.
Because he feels the game differently. He might be faster than Milroe, but just a pure runner.
Yes.
Lamar's on another level.
I'm just saying. He's never had as many rushing yards. 20 rushing touchdowns for Milroe in 2024. That's amazing. Oh, that's awesome. Again, Lamar had 21 in 2016. What are we doing?
Yeah.
I will not stand for this Lamar Jackson erasure.
No, I don't do that.
No, absolutely not. I stand with Bucky Brooks on that take. That was a good one. Seattle Sports is the home of the Seahawks and your home for the 2025 NFL Draft. Find us on the radio, the app, and our YouTube page for complete coverage of the Hawks' 5 top 100 picks. Our coverage starts Thursday at 4 p.m. with the John Schneider Show live and then continues through every Seahawks pick. Follow along via the Seattle Sports app. I would guess Curtis Rogers has never been more excited for a story than he is for the one we've got coming up next.
On a roll.
Holy smokes, Cal Raleigh with his 9th home run of the season.
Make it 4 straight series wins. Tied for 3rd most wins in the American League. A game out of 1st in the West.
Guys are getting good swings on the ball. They're seeing it well.
The M's look to keep rolling in the first of 3 against the Red Sox in Boston this afternoon. First pitch at 3:45 with pregame at 2:30. Catch every pitch of every game on the Seattle Sports app.
Everyone gets the best deal they can when they buy a car. Well, what about when you want to sell your car? Of course, you want to get the most money possible, but how do you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Well, that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $750,000 to customers. It's such a great offer, but how are they able to do it? It's not a consignment because you get paid for your car right away. Wayscar Ford pays you right up front. They buy your car for fair market value. No more insurance, no more maintenance, no more storage. Then they pay you half the profit when they resell your car. Get the most money possible for your old car at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn and let them do the work. WayscarFord.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call West Coast Men's Health at 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
Matt, I have something to say that I tried to say to you before you shut the door. My water bottle is currently filled with water, and I almost grabbed it this morning. I'm not kidding you guys, but then I thought, well, no, listen. But then I thought, well, no, I want to grab a coffee, and I don't want to be carrying the coffee and the water bottle and my purse. That's a lot of stuff to carry. So then I didn't. But then I didn't end up getting a coffee because I was running late.
Sounds like excuses to me.
Stacy's water bottle goes to a different school. You don't know them.
I am perturbed by the lack of faith that you three have in me. And all it is that I can use a water bottle and bring my lunch to work. It's like you guys don't think I'm an adult.
No, you're an adult that
Yeah, thank you.
will not bring her lunch and
No, I will.
doesn't drink enough water.
Okay, but I will, and I have, not today, but I will later today have water. And I will also this week, all week, and next week, I'm going to bring my lunchbox to work.
You seen those memes where a woman is complaining that she has a headache and the guy doesn't drink water today? And no, you drink nothing but coffee.
No, that's me. I'll text my sister and I'll go, I think I have a brain tumor. And she'll be like, oh my God, like what? And I'll be like, I've had headaches all day. And she'll be like, when did you last have water? And I'll be like, yesterday afternoon.
Exactly.
Wow.
A story that Curtis is probably very excited for. San Francisco Giants pitcher Logan Webb couldn't finish his post-game interview after a recent start because he got distracted by a nearby noise. See if you can hear it.
Bumgarner, Gum, and Pondar shot at least four outings with. I'm sorry. At least 4 outings with 10 strikeouts and no walks. What does it mean to you to be in that list with those guys?
I'm sorry guys. Farts are always funny. I'm not gonna lie.
I saw the control room is soundproof, and I could see Curtis start laughing so hard.
It sounds like a fart machine, like that. Like you hear the guy cough, which might have triggered it.
And Pondar shot.
Like that's pretty. That's aggressive. That's aggressive.
It's a perfect fart.
I respect Logan Webb for being like, guys, I need a minute here.
Yeah.
This is too funny.
Well, just for how do you not call it out? You have to in that interview be like, I'm sorry, it's just someone farted. I don't know if you heard that, but I did.
Well, and those interviews are always so
serious.
Or just kind of boring, where it's like, what'd you see out there? Oh,
Yeah.
2 pitch. You got it. You got the best of me.
And then you just. Mavericks GM Nico Harrison held yet another press conference on Monday, but this time the cameras and recording devices were allowed. Harrison most notably said he was unaware of how much Luka Doncic meant to Dallas before trading him.
I did know that Luka was important to the fan base. I didn't quite know it to what level, but really the way we looked at it is, if you're putting a team on the floor that's Kyrie, Clay, PJ, Anthony Davis, and Lively, we feel that's a championship caliber team, and we would have been winning at a high level, and that would have quieted some of the outrage. And so unfortunately we weren't able to do that, so it just continued to, go on and on.
I'm not saying I wouldn't put my foot in my mouth as a GM or as anyone in charge of these things or make mistakes. It would be impossible to have a reign without making a mistake, right? But that being said, I wish I could coach him into how to answer these questions, because saying I didn't realize how much fans cared about Luka is a wild response.
Luka is a 5-time All-Star, 5-time NBA first team, NBA Rookie of the Year, 2024 scoring champion, and we ain't even getting into what he did in Europe before he got here when he was with Real Madrid. What do you mean you don't understand how important he was? What jerseys do you see in the stands when you show up to the arena?
Right.
It's 77 everywhere. Now, I do think if AD and Kyrie were healthy, they're probably in the playoffs. So you're probably not getting booed as tough as you are right now. You're still getting booed, but the anger isn't there because I feel like with those two together, they're in the playoffs. But this just sounds ridiculous. Like, do you not walk the streets of your town, your city, and feel what people are doing and saying? You should actually. You should just go to a local bar where you can't anymore because they got a hit out on you probably, and just be in the community. That tells me you're not connected to the community, or you are just that silly and don't want to recognize the mistake that you just made.
How would you tell Nico to answer? Like, if you made a wildly unpopular move as a GM, what's a better way to answer that question?
I would say I understand the way the fans are feeling right now, but we feel like that was the best move for our team's future. We want to get better defensively.
Perfect answer.
And Luka doesn't do well in that area, but we understand who he is as a player.
Yeah, that's a perfect answer. It's just, we know he's talented, we know people love him, and we also know this is an unpopular move. I'm asking people to have faith that we want the best thing for this organization.
They're still not going to like it.
No,
but that's a better answer.
Well, you don't sound offensive. Nico Harrison was asked why he shouldn't be fired.
Why shouldn't you be fired?
Well, one, I think I've done a really good job here, and I don't think I can be judged by the injuries this year. You have to judge from totality, from beginning to end. And so I think I have a really good working relationship with Patrick. I think you add in Rick. The leadership that we have is really elite. And you'll see next year when our team comes back, we're going to be competing for a championship.
You think that's a fair answer?
Yeah, more so I think whoever asked that question is a gangster. Straight up. Why should he be fired? That's crazy. Listen, he's done some good things there. You know, like they went to the NBA Finals last year with Luka. You did bring Kyrie over there. He's done some good things over there. So he has to lean on what he's done in the past and try to get people to not forget, but just to chill on what has happened in more recent years, or months, I should say. But it's not just him. It's ownership gave the okay. Whether it's Nico bringing this to the table or the ownership okaying this thing, both of them dudes are wrong, or you can flip it and vice versa. It's just wrong. But no, I don't think he should be fired because it wasn't just him making this decision, and he's done some other good things. But next year, if they don't look like contenders, now we're talking about being fired.
And I think it's completely fair because this isn't a team that you were building up. Like, you were just in the finals.
Yeah.
And then you traded this major piece. So the expectation is, well, no, you've set the bar of playoffs. You've set the bar of being contenders, so you have to stay there. If this piece did not make you a better, or if this trade did not make you a better team, short or long term, then what are you doing?
Yeah. He's got a year. You got a year, Nico.
Man, let me tell you what. If he didn't realize how much Luka meant to fans, maybe it was made clear with Jerry Jones' answer. Jones was asked about the Luka trade at the Cowboys pre-draft press conference and said it brought his wife to tears.
Well, I'm a fan of the Mavericks, big fan of the Mavericks, and consequently a big fan of Luka. The world knows that I've got my hands full thinking about what we think about over here, much less trying to figure out. I look at the Maverick through a very much entertainment eye. And I know Luka was a personal friend and watched a lot of games with us. Would hope that he would be able to watch some more games with us as we go along, know his family pretty well and his support staff pretty well. So all of that is just one as a fan. Now, Jane was All-State, scored 17 straight free throws in the state championship game. And Gene lives and dies with that basketball. And just cried when Luka left. But I understand that, and I understand, frankly, you say, how could that happen? I've got a little bit probably better understanding how something like that can happen.
Feel free to explain, Jerry.
Jerry,
feel free to let us know.
Just less is more with you,
You
dog.
made Gene cry.
Less is more. He's in no position to judge anybody in what they're doing or not doing with their franchise. Though he makes some valid points, but having it come from him, it's just like, yeah, but you don't run your organization in a way that's conducive to success.
I do wonder, though, what he would say. Because the thing that's interesting about Jerry is while he takes forever sometimes to pay stars, they have at different points made respective players the highest paid at their position or given them big contracts. Like CeeDee Lamb was a big contract. Dak Prescott was a big contract. Before he ended up moving on in free agency, DeMarcus Lawrence got a big contract. Micah Parsons is going to get one. You know what I mean? Like Jerry doesn't necessarily shy away from spending. He's just kind of like he wants to do it his way. So if the theory is, oh, well, the owners didn't want to give Luka a max extension or they wanted Nico to trade Luka, then I want to know what Jerry would think about it.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he'd do that. I don't think anyone could force Jerry's hand.
Nah, he'll pay his stars. He'll take his time, but he'll get them paid.
Granted, being both owner and previously acting GM.
He ain't answering nobody. No one's challenging him.
He was always like, well, we'll see what happens there.
What we're going to do.
You're not going to make Gene cry ever again. Why don't we see late round success stories at quarterback? That's coming your way next. And at noon, the latest from Jeff Passan.
The John Schneider Show
with Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
John, since we talked to you last week, there's a new backup quarterback in town.
Yeah.
Drew Lock.
I think it's a great situation. We have 4 guys that we really like. It doesn't preclude us from doing anything in the draft either, and figuring out what's going on there. It's really like, okay, let's get this in the mix. Drew had other opportunities, so we figured we better kind of put a bow on it.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Roger. Roger, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
Over the last several years, my homeowner's insurance policies just kept on going up and up and up. For years, it was $1,100. Last year, it was $2,500. And this year, $5,000. That's what got me to call First Mark Insurance.
Were they able to save you any money?
Absolutely. Within a couple of days, came up with a proposal that blew my socks off. It was an amazing amount of reduction in cost.
Did they improve your coverage while saving you all that money?
They did both. The coverage is better and the cost is substantially less. It's half as much as I was paying last year. Recommend First Mark to anyone who is looking to get better coverage at less cost.
Well, Roger did it, my family did it, and you got to do it, and it's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge and see how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance. They work for you.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Think about your home. Warm in the winter, cool in the summer. If any of these don't work, your quality of life is impacted. For a
decade, I've trusted Home Comfort Alliance to fix and upgrade it all. Hi, John Curley here. Upgrade now with incredible savings on ultra-efficient heat pumps. Get up to $5,000 in local utility rebates. And Eastsiders save up to $6,000 with the Energy Smart Eastside program. Plus, Home Comfort Alliance is offering up to 10% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through April. Call Home Comfort Alliance, the comfort people. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only, take up to $3,500 off an energy-efficient Bryant cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
This year, tee it up at home with Synthetic Turf Northwest. Dial in your yard and your short game is sure to follow. Synthetic Turf Northwest is your synthetic grass expert. Install a custom backyard putting green or just a mud and mow-free lawn the neighbors will envy. They do it all. Residential, commercial, and turf supply. With locations in Woodinville and soon Fife. Mention Seattle Sports and save up to $1,000 off your project. Visit syntheticturfnorthwest.com.
Announcing the Million Hour Volunteer Rally. G here, join me, Safeway and Albertsons, and donate your time and skills to support local food banks and host food drives or fundraisers. You can win free groceries for a year and a $5,000 donation to your favorite hunger relief agency. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer to learn more. Find volunteer opportunities and log your hours. A million hours will help create food secure communities. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I was listening to Move the Sticks this morning with Bucky Brooks, and he was talking to his guest about why there aren't really like late round surprises at quarterbacks. And they decided that maybe like a second round Jimmy G, or Derek Carr, that maybe guys like that were the last time there was like really a good starter or someone who, you know, got paid who came out of day two. They obviously pointed to Jalen Hurts, but their numbers were pretty staggering. Like the number of Pro Bowl quarterbacks to come out of the second round, it was like one in the last however many years, obviously, with Jalen Hurts. I always forget Jordan Love wasn't an early second rounder. Likewise, the same pattern exists with third rounders, fourth rounders, fifth rounders. And I think here in Seattle, with Russell Wilson being a day two guy, we all go, oh, well, you can find a gem. You can find gems.
Mm-hmm.
Of course you can. If you can find Richard Sherman, a first-team All-Pro in the fifth, and Cam, and I think the fifth, and you can find KJ in the fourth, and Bobby in the second, you can find a quarterback on day two. Of course you can. And Russell Wilson was here and was a really good starter for 10 years. Why do you think that might not be the case anymore? Jordan had a theory, Jordan Reid, when he joined us, but what do you think?
Talent. I think at the quarterback spot, you're responsible for uplifting a team. You're the final piece to the puzzle. You got everything filled in, and you put that piece in, and the quarterback brings it all together. I looked up a list of the best late-round quarterbacks. Obviously, you got Tom Brady at number one, round 6, pick 199. You know why Seattle fans are hooked on the thought that you can find guys late?
Because we've had a couple.
Because Matt Hasselbeck was also drafted in the 6th round, and he went to a Super Bowl.
Speaking of Boston.
So they're looking at the situation here, and the two quarterbacks to take you to a Super Bowl were drafted in the 3rd and the 6th round. So they're infatuated with it. But a quarterback, because it's the hardest position in all of sports, in my opinion, because you have all the responsibility, the the gap between the elite and just the average is huge, right? We're talking about Brock Purdy getting paid $50 million. You put Brock Purdy on any other team that doesn't have the weapons, he doesn't shine. That's why he was picked 200 and whatever, Mr. Irrelevant in that draft. And I think it's easier to evaluate quarterbacks in any other position because there are certain checklists that you go off. Can he process? What's the arm strength look like? What about his leadership? Yeah. Does he handle pressure? Can he protect himself on the offensive line? There's so many boxes to check to whereas with other positions, it's like, can he drop into his zone, whatever his feet? It's more of the athletic part of the game that you evaluate. So I think that's why, because the gap between the elite and the average is bigger than any other position.
If you guys have theories as to why we're seeing fewer late draft success stories at quarterback, feel free to join this conversation on the Mac and Jacks text line, 866-979-3776. I have another theory.
Okay.
You know, I'm going to use a bad analogy. If you were driving your car and you heard a weird sound and you kind of ignored it, and then you took it to a mechanic and he was like, so this is what the sound was because you ignored it. It's going to be $3,000 to fix.
Right.
You pay to fix it. It hurts the wallet. If you hear that sound again, what are you doing? Driving straight to the mechanic, right? You're not going to wait. Now you know exactly what it is. So the analogy I'm using is intentional, which is to say that a lot of quarterbacks that have previously slipped to day 2, slipped to day 3 that ended up being really good passed through for reasons that they wouldn't anymore. Like people weren't quite sure what they were hearing, what they were looking at, what they were seeing. When they saw Russell Wilson, they ignored all these great stats. They ignored accuracy. They ignored mobility. They ignored all this stuff, and they were like, he's 5'11". 5'11". No way Russell Wilson goes to the 3rd round. If Russell Wilson was in the 2025 NFL draft, no, he's not Dylan Gabriel.
Right.
He's not going on day 3. He's not going on day 2. He would be probably maybe like a later 1st round, maybe an early day 2 guy because there's still not a ton of success stories of shorter guys in the league. But like, I feel like we collectively as, you know, whether it's sports analysts, draft evaluators, we just were looking at one type of quarterback and one way to succeed. Right. And the further away you were from that, the more you got ignored. That little noise you were hearing in your car, I'm not going to pay attention to that. And now you know right away, that quarterback doesn't slip through anymore. He doesn't. I mean, once in a while you're going to get a Brock Purdy at Mr. Irrelevant or whatever, but he is the only story of that to ever exist.
Yeah. If you don't see it often, then there's two things to be true. Either that type of person wasn't given the opportunity, or it just ain't gonna work. The chances of that hitting just aren't very high. Yeah. We saw who we talked to yesterday, and we asked him about the transformation of positions, and he said the wide receiver positions changed a lot.
Oh, yes, it was John Ledyard.
Yeah. So he said, they used to have, you want the big outside receiver, and then things started to change. Now you move big receiver inside, small receiver outside. You got to be able to do multiple things. Because it's the quarterback position, I think offensive coordinators, GMs, owners are just reluctant to really think outside of the box. Why do you think it took so long for the black mobile quarterback to get an opportunity? Because they're like, look, we haven't seen it. They haven't got an opportunity, so we're just going to roll with what we know to be true. Yep. So now that we're seeing more mobile quarterbacks, not even just black quarterbacks, mobile quarterbacks in general, you know what I'm saying? We're going to start seeing more of that because they're starting to have success with it. So it's going to take 3, 4, 5 late round drafted quarterbacks for people to really start to believe in it and say, we can find our guy later. What do you see with running backs? We see him drafted late because there's been success. We can find a running back later. We don't need to find him right now. For the quarterback, the numbers tell you if they're not drafted in the 1st round, maybe the 2nd round, you're probably not going to win a Super Bowl with him.
Some people are sending in their theories. The 360 says, I think there are 2 reasons late-round quarterbacks are getting more rare. One is just luck. They were never very common, and it's been a couple years since one came along. I think that's very fair. More than that, it's a fear of missing out. Teams aren't going to let a quarterback that just might make him good get away for any reason. They've always overdrafted, but they overdraft them now more than ever before. That leaves nothing left after the 1st round. I think that's also very true
overdraft.
as well.
They will always be overdrafted. Why? Because it's the hardest position to play.
Yep.
And you need a quarterback. Unless you have the Baltimore Ravens defense, you have the Legion of Boom, you have the most recent Baltimore Ravens defense. You have the Denver Broncos. Like, unless the talent on the other side is so great to where all you need for him is to perform like a third rounder, they're always going to overdraft.
Yeah, I agree. The person who was on with Buck, it wasn't Daniel Jeremiah. Is it a new host? I need to check it out because he was making some good points. He said that a GM and a coach are so often tied to a quarterback that if they're willing to take him in the third round or like maybe early second, then they might as well take him earlier than that so that they don't miss out. Because it's like you're going to be tied to a success either way.
Yeah.
I just think it's such a fascinating conversation. And yeah, so we asked Jordan about it. If you want to go back and listen to Jordan, he's going to kick off hour 2 of the Bump and Stacy show. He was at 11 a.m. He has great projections for the Seahawks at 18 in the first round, but we did, as part of this conversation, ask him about some changing trends with the draft, and one of them was obviously with quarterbacks. We are switching gears, though, talking about the Mariners. The latest from Jeff Passan coming your way next.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Will Sam Howell play for the Seahawks in 2025?
If I had to bet today, like crystal ball, no. I think he gets moved.
Every day at 7:45.
Sam is trying to see, can I still be a starter in this league? And I bet you once that Drew Lock deal gets done, it wouldn't surprise me at all if Sam's people reached out to John and the personnel department and said, hey, find a better spot for him.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Riereka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare, side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. One of my favorite customers I've ever had, he came in and had a really bad experience with several different dealerships. He just lost his husband. His husband left him with a truck, and he was like, I don't need a truck. Like, this is so impractical for me. And it was a really emotional decision for him because it was one of the last things that he had, obviously husbands. We were like, it's no problem. Like, we're going to help you. And we did the process. The same way that we always do the process. And we helped him trade in his truck for a beautiful new Rogue. And that was really cool. And he bought his second car from us. And I'm sure when he needs a third car, he'll come back and buy his third car from Nissan too. Afterwards, to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff.
Making a great day for the people around you is making a great day for yourself. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Need a new roof, but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Hope springs eternal during the start of the season, but unfortunately, so do spring allergies. Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Let us fix your ear, nose, and throat problems. Let's make your congestion, sinusitis, snoring, and allergies a non-issue. We can diagnose and treat everything from allergy testing and treatments to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced balloon sinuplasty. Come and see us in Federal Way and Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Kraken are searching for a new head coach. The team announced yesterday afternoon that Dan Bilesma has been fired after just 1 season. There's also been a change to the front office. Former GM Ron Francis has been named team president. Assistant general manager Jason Botterill has been promoted to general manager. The Mariners are back in action after an off day taking on the Boston Red Sox.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Finally, Cal Raleigh getting the respect he deserves. That and more from ESPN's Jeff Passan, who was on with Brock and Salk earlier this morning. Let's talk baseball. Mariners back in action after an off day, taking on the Boston Red Sox, the last leg of that road trip. You got 3 against Boston beginning at 3:45 today, and then tomorrow. Is it 3:45 or 6:40, Curtis? 3:45, right? 3:45. I love a day game. 3:45, and then you got a matinee.
I prefer
on
a 12:30 game.
I much prefer.
Or 1 o'clock game.
You know what? I love a 10 a.m. start.
Yeah, that's good too.
I love a classic 10:30, maybe an 11 a.m. start time. You know what I mean? Those are the ones that go all the way. Maybe like a 3-hour game.
Yeah.
Those are the best ones.
Those are good.
We heard from Jeff Passan, who answered questions about Cal, about what he's seen from the Mariners, obviously about Julio, who unfortunately not getting back off to the hot start that we were all hoping. We're going to start with the good news, though. Here's Jeff Passan on Cal Raleigh.
I think he's at the top of the list, right? I mean, just at this point, I'm not sure who else is there. Like, William Contreras is a good catcher, but defensively and offensively this season, he's not on Cal Raleigh's level. Adley Rutschman is a good catcher. Offensive, like, it's not even close at this point. And we got to acknowledge also that Cal Raleigh plays a lot. Like, you just don't see catchers out there every day like him. And so it's a weak position at this point. The only argument I think that you could make would be Will Smith, but I feel like Cal Raleigh is so much better defensively than Will Smith is. That's the separator. And so I think you're looking at the best catcher in Major League Baseball right now.
I think you are too, and it's about dang time that Cal gets that recognition. Jeff Passan has never been like overly critical of Cal. He's always, maybe it's because he's on with our station, but he's always been, pretty liberal with his praise for Cal Raleigh. But it wasn't that long ago that 2 consecutive seasons had Cal right off the top 10 catchers in baseball. How dare they?
How dare they?
How dare they?
They didn't see what we saw.
No.
They didn't feel what we felt. And now everybody is starting to see that. And I love it. I love it for Cal. I love it for this team. Like, these are the type of things that influence free agents to want to be a part of a team.
Yeah.
When you have one of the best catchers, if not the best catcher in the game, when you have a good rotation, hopefully George Kirby comes back and contributes, and then still waiting on Julio to join the party. So, they didn't know, but they know now.
Another thing that can influence free agent decisions is when guys decide to stick with that team, right? When you've got a guy like Cal who decides to stay with Seattle over, hitting arbitration, over hitting free agency, and says, no, I see something here. I want to stay here, because it's a vote of confidence in that team.
I think that he wanted to be a Seattle Mariner. I think he sees something in this organization and in this team that's worth sticking around for and seeing through the end. And, man, just to know that you have this anchor that bridges the offensive side and the pitching side, and somebody who is really well-liked and really well-respected, to have him there, the closest facsimile I can think of is Salvador Perez in Kansas City. And they're similar players, actually.
Again, Cal saw something with this team worth sticking around, and it's great to know you have that anchor. I think it's great to have that very public cosign from a very good player.
Yeah, it is, man. It shows that there might be, or that at least Cal believes there's a path to success, or that the culture here is good enough to influence him or entice him to stick around and see what happens. Right, because if Cal just wants to get up out of here, we'd be like, man, there's something wrong. And there was a moment where we thought Cal was probably going to get out of here.
I for sure did.
Because of who he was affiliated to, But no, with the signing and then with him to step in his game up, too, it's been so fun to watch, because you felt like you're getting an immediate return in your investment by signing Cal to this big deal. I mean, he is – it's crazy that I'm going to say this, because right now I feel like he is the face of this team. Like, Cal's the face. I saw him in commercials. He's got his thing with Shannon. I don't see Julio in any commercials anymore. I don't see Logan in any commercials.
Well, and Cal's hitting bombs.
It's
That's the
Cal.
thing. If you're going to hit 225 or whatever, or 215, I mean, 225 on this team would be decent. But if you're not going to be constantly getting hits and constantly getting on base, then you better hit dingers, and Cal does.
Who's the best player on this team? I mean, we're not talking
right
pitching.
now. It's Cal.
It's Cal. It is Cal Raleigh.
Or honestly, you said it yesterday. Maybe Dylan.
Right? Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah. So it's there's a transition happening, and I just hope that he can pull some guys with him.
Is it a problem that it's not Julio?
Yeah, he's getting paid the most. It should be Julio. Yeah. I mean, you don't get potentially $400 million and get to play the background. You got to be in the forefront and be that guy.
Speaking of Julio, Julio has drawn a lot of comparison, not necessarily as direct player profiles, but in terms of high-level prospects with Bobby Witt Jr., who's continued to excel, obviously, with Kansas City. Jeff Passan asked whether what we're seeing is just the real Julio.
I don't think this is the real Julio, but I'm not sure at this point that we're going to see Bobby Witt level performance either. It's there. Like, we see flashes of it, but I think what we've learned through Julio Rodriguez is that the hardest thing to do in Major League Baseball is be consistently great. Flashes of greatness are wonderful, and they will win you games, and that matters, guys. Like, that's a real thing and a real differentiator when you have just the physical capabilities of taking over a game and carrying a team on your back for a game here, a game there. What Bobby Witt Jr. does, though, is he carries the team every damn day.
God, I'm just looking back at 2022 and 2023 for Julio. Career high 32 home runs in 2023, but OPSing over 800 in neither of those seasons. And obviously we know he was OPSing like nearly 1,000 late season for both of those years. And he was an all-star. He was in home run derbies. I mean, I know that you still had cold stretches of Julio in those two seasons, but you also saw the best of Julio in those two seasons. Underwhelming last year until he kind of turned it on and was able to make those stats look good. And so far underwhelming this year, slashing 188, 310, 365, 675 OPS, has just 3 home runs, which granted for April actually is half of his career total.
Yeah. Passan said that flashes of greatness will win you games.
Mm-hmm.
And then I thought to my head, but will it win you championships?
Oh, that's a bar.
I don't think it will. But then I had to go back and I go, look, there's greats who have never won championships, and they're one of the greatest of all time. I didn't know Ted Williams never won a championship. Ken Griffey never won a championship. Tony Gwynn, Barry Bonds.
That unfortunately.
Never won a championship. Yeah. Never. So not only do you need your star to be a star, you need other things to happen too. It's a team sport. But you feel like if the guy who's supposed to lead the charge isn't doing that, you're asking even more of your role players who are just supposed to show up and have them have their flashes of greatness, and you be the more consistent one.
So you very naturally went to the question a lot of listeners have. If Julio isn't playing like a Hall of Famer, does it mean the Mariners cannot win at all? And that is a question that fairly Brock and Salk asked Jeff, right? Because that's where all of our brains go, is exactly where yours went. Like, okay, so how much will this cost us if he's not? So Jeff Passan asked whether or not, basically, does Julio need to find the consistency in order for the Mariners to succeed?
I don't know how Julio finds that consistency. It's been too much of this for too long to ignore. And yet I don't think that it's an impediment like it has been in past years. I don't know that the Mariners need Julio Rodriguez long-term to be a Hall of Fame caliber player in order to win. It would facilitate that winning a lot more easily, but I don't know that it's a necessity.
I can hear either Brock or Salk disagreeing in the background. Wondering, I'm not sure which one of those it was. Do you disagree?
I do. I think he needs to be Hall of Fame or dang near Hall of Fame. And not just in August, not just for 2 weeks, for 3 weeks. Like, you got to have a moment every series to where you make a big play. Demo has more moments than him right now.
True.
Polanco has more moments than him. Cal has more moments than him. And you can win with those guys doing their thing, but your star has to be a star. And, I disagree 100% because we're finding out right now that these arms on the mound are human. George Kirby ain't out there yet. Castillo hasn't been the regular Castillo that we're used to seeing. It's like you get so spoiled with that 1 year where no one gets banged up, and you feel like you're just going to be able to run it back. And no one got banged up, and Julio played great, and you made it to the playoffs and all as well. But there's so much luck involved with that, man. We're seeing Bliss go down, Robles go down, Santos is being moved around and stuff. Like there's so many things that need to go right. The one thing that needs to be consistent is the guy who is getting paid the most, showing up more than the guys who are low man on the totem pole.
Maybe Jeff Passan thinks that Julio can still get it done or still has belief in Julio because he hasn't given up hope that Julio can be a perennial all-star.
I look at some of the numbers, like I look at his expected weighted on base, and it's 50 points higher than his weighted on base right now. And so that portends well, that suggests that the batted ball data is still decent, but at some point, like, we got to see it. And at some point, he's got to figure it out. Or at that point, if he's just going to be a good defensive center fielder who occasionally comes through for you, that's a lot of money to spend on that. But I still look at the Julio contract, and I'm not like that was an egregious mistake for the Mariners. I think at the time, from what we saw, it was absolutely warranted. And I am not by any means giving up on Julio Rodriguez becoming that perennial all-star. It's just at this point, like, need to see more.
So someone who knows a lot about baseball, watches a lot of baseball, and watches a lot of players not named Julio, so has people to compare him to, has not given up hope by any means that Julio can be a perennial all-star. But he does say he needs to show it soon. When does that hope start to chip away? If you don't see it, when does it start to chip away for you?
It's already chipping away slowly.
Wow.
Like the paint is drying and there are cracks in it right now.
It's bad paint.
Right.
You just painted and it just dried. It's already chipping.
It's been a few years.
Wow.
It's been a few years.
Okay.
All right, it's a long dry. It's starting to. I mean, we look at just the greats in any sport, right? If Kobe had a year where he was just horrible, not horrible, but only put up beyond his first 2 to 3 seasons, right, where he showed that he can be the guy, only put up like 15, 16 points a game, we started looking at him different. Like there was a time we looked at Klay Thompson and he was untouchable. Now he's human, right? It's like it's a performance-based business. You can't look at performance and not get what the contract says you're going to get and say, oh, it's fine. You can say that for a year, maybe 2, and what we've been doing here. But now it's like, all right, man, like performance-based. You give us a little bit in April, early April, hit a few bombs and hit a triple, and I'm starting to think that you're turning a corner, and then you disappear. And let's not get it twisted. Hitting the baseball is probably the hardest thing to do in sports. It is so hard to do, especially with the spin rate that these pitchers have on the mound. But Kyle's hitting bombs. Demo is hitting. Polanco's hitting all across the league. Bobby Witt. So at some point, you just start to adjust your expectation. So now I used to go up to when his rookie year and second year, when Julio went up to the plate, I just knew he was going to come through. Like, cool. Even if he struck out, he got next time. Now the belief is not the same anymore, and it has nothing to do with him as a person. It's just I can only react to what you've been giving us.
Well, and what does Polanco have that Julio doesn't right now? Plate discipline. What does Dylan Moore have that Julio doesn't? Significantly less pressure and more plate discipline. Like it's just, I think that what I've started to accept with Julio is that I'm not even necessarily somewhere in the middle, but that I am not as high as I once used to be.
Yeah.
I think that what we can sometimes do as sports fans is say, if someone isn't the best, then they're nothing.
No.
And that's where I would draw the line. Like when people start texting in and saying something, hey, Julio's trash. No, I don't think so.
He's not
like
trash.
you can be upset that he's getting paid for not producing as much as you'd like him to. Completely fair to be upset about that. But I think that what we're starting to see is he has all the tools in the world, all the weapons in the world to be an MVP, but he hasn't put it all together. Because he's so young, it is completely fair, even if you are a critical analyst, to still have hope that he could figure it out. But that wanes each and every time because it's not injury, right? It's not bad luck. It's not being able to decipher pitches. It's having like
it's just making the same mistakes.
Yeah, it's making the same mistakes over and over and over. And those are things that you should at least be able to make some progress correcting by now, and he's not necessarily.
I want to say his strikeouts are down, though. I think his strikeouts are down. So if there's any positive.
Sure.
Strikeouts are down, and
honestly,
when he makes contact, he does hit the ball hard.
Yeah.
So there are some things, especially in baseball, where there's a number or a stat for everything, where you can dig deep and find places where Julio's gotten better, but it's just sometimes you just need the basic stat to look good.
Yeah.
You need that 280, 300. You need that 7 home runs. You need strikeouts down. You need some RBIs. And then we dig deep into the weeds and find those other stats.
I think 29 other teams would try Julio in their lineup, would be like, let's see what we can do. Like, that's how intriguing his talent is. I have, though, moved beyond thinking he's a franchise saver. That's where I am with him right now, is recognizing how rare a talent he is, but that he may not be able to capitalize on it in a way that can make up for a team that just doesn't spend enough.
Yeah.
So where else does it need to come from? Well, that's why, thank goodness, we've been talking about Cal. Thank goodness we've been talking about Jorge Polanco surprising us. Thank goodness we've been talking about Dylan Moore being AL Player of the Week and having these moments, right? Like, I thought that this offense would live and breathe and die by Julio, and it hasn't been.
No. Hey, 22 games in.
It's early. But I'm feeling optimistic about a series against Boston. In fact, the Mariners will kick off Hype Train, so let's head to the station. There's nothing to worry about with Julio.
That's
your
the
first
hype train.
That's your hype train. I was going to say Julio hits a bomb in this series opener against Boston this afternoon, but I thought everyone's boarding that one. Let me make it spicier. There's nothing to worry about with Julio. If you have legitimate concerns about Julio, you are not boarding this train.
No, I just went 10 minutes on all the things I'm worried about with Julio. There's no way I can jump on this train right now. Of course, I'm concerned. My man needs to, it doesn't need to be a major jump in one series, but just a steady ascent. Every single day, just get better at something, be a bit more disciplined, have more balance in your swing, and let's go from there. But I can't just say all the things I said and say, yeah, I'm on this train. Nah, I got to be real.
Oh, my God, so many opinions coming in on the text line. I got to read during the break. There's nothing to worry about with Julio. Bump is not boarding this train. Curtis, are you?
I'm not
dying at all right now based off of Julio's start to the season.
Can't bring yourself to board it, though.
Right, because, yeah, so I'm not going to board it, but also, as we've seen, has the ability to dig himself out later on in the year. It just stinks that this is now the 4th year in a row where it's quite obvious he is a slow starter. That's who he is as a player. But it's just like, dude, enough.
It's
I want to see some just amazing baseball played right out of the gate.
By no means starting to be frustrating, but it's like this is gonna only resonate with a fraction of our audience, but like I used to know this girl that was so naturally gorgeous and like just didn't know how to do her hair or do makeup or like dress herself, and I was like, oh my God, it's so frustrating. That's how Julio is. It's like, but you have it all. You're so you should be on first at least right now. What are you doing? And then steal second. This is so frustrating. Oh,
yeah.
Moving on. Next up, Dan Bilesma fired after one season with the Kraken. He deserved another year.
Yeah, he deserved another year.
Boarding that train.
He didn't put this team together. You know who did? The guy got a promotion. He put this team together. Yeah, I think it's hard for coaches to change anything in just one season, right? You don't just walk in, put some new quotes on the wall, change the locker room a little bit.
Live, laugh, love.
Yeah, and all is well, guys. Look, the new decor in here. Stacy's been all through here. Hooking us up with new decor.
It'd be a Home Goods. Welcome.
Yeah, he deserved more time, more opportunity, more influence. That's what coaches do, man. Especially when you're coaching professional athletes, it's less about the skill, right? You're still developing players, especially young guys like Shane and Matty Beniers and whatnot. But it's more about just getting the right group of guys together and to play the style that you think fits that group. I don't think he had a fair enough shot to do that.
Dan Bilesma deserved another year. Bump is boarding this train. Took all of 2 seconds to decide. Curtis, are you boarding with Bump?
Yeah, I'm absolutely boarding with Bump. Dan Bilesma was not the problem for the 2024-2025 Kraken. It's the guy who's in charge of all player personnel. It's Ron Francis. I saw somebody on Twitter respond to me saying that it's the Peter principle, which if you're not familiar with, it's you rise to your highest level of incompetence, push to a level where you won't affect anything important. That's what Ron Francis is right now.
The Peter principle?
Where you just promote this guy to a spot where it's like, okay, you're still here,
you're
but
so promoted that you're hands off everything.
You just can't mess anything up. Yeah. And I mean, we all see that in corporate America.
Yeah.
Like that. I think that's kind of what it is
someone's
here.
Son.
Yeah.
Gets just promoted a ton, or it's someone like Jerry Jones. They're like, yeah, you're football god, Jerry Jones. Hands off everything, Jerry, please. Interesting. I'm obviously boarding this train as well. All aboard that one. Outside of Urban Meyer, there have been very few head coaches of any program where I've thought, no, that guy should definitely be gone. Next up, Logan Gilbert gets an extension this year. That'd be very early.
That would be early. So, no, I don't think he will. Like, you got to wait on that. You don't like spending money anyway, so why are you going to do it now? Just wait. I'm not going to board that one, but I think when it's really time to get this thing done, the Mariners better take care of this dude.
This was in part inspired by David Schoenfield, who had a admittedly way too early preview of which players for each team might get traded before the deadline, and he had Logan Gilbert as his prediction for the Mariners. And I said, I feel like Logan Gilbert is likelier to get an extension than be traded. So that's how he made his way into today's hype train. Curtis, Logan Gilbert gets an extension this year.
This year, I think it's far more likely he gets that than gets traded.
Yeah.
I'll board. Yeah, I think so.
Lovely.
We heard him on Wyman and Bob, what was it, 2 weeks ago, where he was like, I'd love to throw to Cal the rest of my career. Well, you know how you ensure that, Logan? You signed an extension here.
Next and last train into the station. Stacy will bring her brand new lunchbox next week, too.
No chance.
Curtis, it's not your turn.
Not boarding.
You don't go first.
Never boarding
Bump,
that train.
are you boarding this train?
That's my representative. His name is Curtis Rogers. And he just spoke for me, and I agree with everything he said.
Matt, are you boarding this train?
First of all, no, Matt, listen to me. Before you answer,
Okay.
it is Tuesday, okay? Monday is less than a week from now. You guys, I know that, look, I know that I will not continue to bring this lunchbox to work because it's something that I think is like fun that I'll get bored of eventually. But you're telling me I won't even go 6 days?
I am looking you dead in the eyes and telling you there's no chance
That's
that
so
lunchbox
rude.
is getting here on Monday.
That's so rude.
There's not a chance.
I'm a lunchbox person now, and you guys have a lack of faith, and it's disturbing. Let's see. Wow, Matt. Let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
How about today? The Mariners take on the Red Sox in their series opener. Pregame starts at 2:30 p.m. First pitch at 3:45 p.m. on Seattle Sports. Coming up in NFL headlines, Brock Purdy showed up to San Francisco's offseason workout program, but another key 49er did not.
The 2025 NFL Draft.
The first real opportunity for Mike McDonald to build this team in the image he really wants.
With 5 of the first 100 picks.
Are you kidding me?
What are the biggest needs?
It might be too early to take a guard in the first round.
And nobody is taking you deeper inside Seahawks HQ on draft day with General Manager John Schneider live at 4 p.m.
What you do here matters.
Thursday, only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, what's up? It's Michael Bumpus for Silver Reef Casino. I want you to do something this weekend. Hop in your car, go north on 5 and exit 260. That's where you'll find Silver Reef Casino. When you get in there, get one of their deluxe king rooms. It is beautiful. They got tablets in there as well. When you're all settled in, you're ready to eat, go downstairs. They have the great steakhouse and the new cantina if you're looking for some Mexican food. When you're all full, go to Porter's Bay Sports Bar. You can sit down and watch all the games this weekend. It is going down. What is Luka going to do? And if the weather is good enough, get to Loomis Trails Golf Course, man. If you don't want to play the game, go to the range, hit a bucket of balls, and visit their historic clubhouse. They got something for everyone at Silver Reef Casino. If you're feeling some FOMO, don't worry. I'm going to hook you up. Go to silverreefcasino.com and book your stay today. That's silverreefcasino.com.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for a Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, Dream Engagement Rings are our specialty. We have the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds, hand-picked in every price range, ready to compare side by side. Shop online at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Washington is leading the way in car theft reduction. Car thefts dropped by 32% from 2023 to 2024 in our state, but there's still work to be done. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile, well, they have Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and out on the go. So get the same reliable network in the places you need it the most. Maybe the coffee shop, the grocery store, or at the game. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for a year with no contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T Plus. Ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus One Unlimited Welcome Line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus One Unlimited Starter SL Line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only, take up to $3,500 off an energy-efficient Bryant cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
Swedish Cyberknife is expanding. Dave Wyman with exciting news about Swedish adding a second Cyberknife in Seattle. Cyberknife is a non-invasive, extremely precise prostate cancer radiotherapy treatment. Compared with other radiation therapies, which last 6 to 9 weeks, the Cyberknife treatment period is much shorter, typically 5 days with daily sessions under an hour. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/Cyberknife Prostate.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from Nunn Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, not all tax resolution companies are the same. There are some that are definitely not local. There are others that don't quite know what they're doing even.
Well, I tell you, these ads that all of us hear, Fresh Start program, they make you feel like, hey, man, I can just easy peasy get my taxes written off. No. And I've had several clients actually come to me after going through that process, and they just get no response after a while. They're passed around from person to person. That doesn't happen at my firm.
You are familiar with the cases that come in. You're working on them.
I'm familiar with every case that comes into our office. And I know what's going on and have the ability to really advise our taxpayers very well on what to do.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. Nunn Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. Nunn Better Tax Resolution.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Taking a look around the NFL. Bump's mic is broken.
Wow.
Wow. Matt.
You got to hold it like
Matt.
every podcast host
That's
does these days.
I've got some sound to play, so we'll get to this. New Rams wide receiver Davante Adams tells The Athletic's Mike Silver that he nearly went to the 49ers, but they lowballed him. So this was the tweet itself. This is the tweet itself. Rams wide receiver Davante Adams. If you're watching the stream, I wish we Thank you, Curtis. Rams wide receiver Davante Adams told Mike Silver that the 49ers pursued him in free agency but tried to lowball him. Quote, I was entertaining the Niners, but they were like, we're paying wholesale. We ain't paying retail. I didn't talk to them, but that's what my agent told me like 5 times, that quote. And I was like, okay, well, I'm not a wholesale type dude. What a line. Bump, do you need to refresh your
I'm reading it right now. Wait for it. Okay, I got you. Yeah.
Chaotic start.
Yeah, they tripping,
NFL
man.
headline.
They tripping. What you talking about, man?
I know.
It's Davante Adams you're talking about.
Are you a little bit surprised that the 49ers, because the 49ers, let's see, Brandon Ayuk coming back from injury. You don't have Debo because you traded him away.
Davante be perfect over there. But
I know.
Guess what? He went to the same offense with the Rams. So he's going to be perfect there, too. And he's got a young Puka Nacua. Tutu Atwell's been doing his thing.
I'm high-key nervous about what the Rams will look like. Like, I always think back to J.B. Long. Granted, he was talking about the Rams defense, but I think back to his quote about yeah, look at that defense. How are you fighting that? How are you scheming for that? You could kind of apply the same concept to the offense as well and just think, look, I know Matthew Stafford's getting older. I am waiting for the day when Matthew Stafford has a very sudden drop-off. Like, it will happen. It happens for everyone in the NFL.
I feel like you're preying on his downfall, low-key.
By no means.
It sounds like, because every time we talk about Matthew Stafford, like, oh, his elbow. He's getting old. You see the grays in his beard? Matthew Stafford.
I'm not. Matthew Stafford, first of all, Matthew Stafford, I have nothing against Matthew Stafford, with the only exception being that he plays for a team that I would very much like this team to beat so that I could cover a playoff team. It makes my job easier, right? For selfish reasons, I'd love it if Matthew Stafford wasn't good. But as a person, he seems perfectly fine. And as a passer, I actually think that despite the fact that he was obviously formerly a #1 overall pick, went to the SEC, I get it. Like, I think he's underrated still as a passer.
Yeah, when he's healthy, he is good.
Oh, when he's healthy, he is good because he's
football.
not. Because
everyone gets banged up.
But doesn't it feel like Matthew
football.
Stafford has missed a ton of time of late, or is constantly every single week? It's how's Matthew Stafford's shoulder? How's that elbow? Like, he's always dealing with something.
Listen, 2021 17 games. 2022, 9.
See?
2023, 15, 24, 16. He's only had 3 seasons where he didn't play 90% of the games.
Then why didn't he and the Rams leap at a chance to stick together heading into this season? There was clearly hesitancy on LA's part.
Of course there was, because he's old.
Uh-huh.
But he's still good.
And what do they fear with him being
He's
older?
still good.
That he's going to hit a
No,
wall.
I think
that he's
that
going to drop off.
The numbers don't say that.
No,
numbers don't say that.
They don't necessarily.
No.
But the number on his birth
I think you
certificate.
just don't like Matthew Stafford.
That's not true.
Because there's nothing that says he's going to. Have you just watch this man throw the ball? He's still got some zip on that thing.
I know he does. Although I will say, in that game against Seattle that Seattle unfortunately lost in overtime, Geno was the better quarterback that day.
Yeah, he was.
I was not blown away by that version of Matthew Stafford. And I think as they progressed throughout the season, like late in the season, that it was not like the best version of Matthew Stafford. But that being said,
You'll take Matthew Stafford over 25 quarterbacks in this league.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So why are you talking like he's
because
not that?
Because I don't think he's going to be like that for much longer.
Of course not. He's 37.
But that's what I'm saying. I just wonder, like, are we going to see 17 games of Matthew Stafford connecting with Devontae Adams and how cool that's going to be? Or are we going to see 9?
You're going to see 17. Look at that offense.
You want to bet on that?
Bet.
ESPN's Peter Schrager says the Browns and Giants are taking phone calls on picks 2 and 3 in the NFL draft. As you guys know, because we've talked about it before, every team has their original first-round pick right now. There hasn't been any movement at all. Might we see it eventually?
There have been phone calls made to both the Browns at 2 and the Giants at 3 with the intention to move up, from several different sources telling me there are teams who are looking to get up in this draft to either the 2 or the 3 spot. The assumption being to move up to the 2 or the 3 spot, it would be for Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, or the running back Ashton Genty, who everyone expects to go somewhere in that 5 to 7 to 8 range. There have been teams making calls, and those teams are not immediately slamming down the phone. The Browns at 2, the Giants at 3. Everyone assumes it's going to be chalk, that this is going to go Cam Ward, it's going to go Travis Hunter, it's going to go Abdul Carter. Not so fast. I think the 2 spot gets very interesting if the Browns are listening to a Godfather deal for them to trade back and someone to trade up into the top 3.
If you are looking at the first round, what type of trade, what move up, what team to number 2 would make you most intrigued? Because presumably they're moving there for Travis Hunter, right?
Yeah, he said Genty too.
Yeah,
so if you throw Genty in there, that means Vegas might be trying to move up.
Or someone's trying to get ahead of Vegas.
Yep. Or Jacksonville's trying to move up. Or Chicago, I think they're going to be good to go. No, this is interesting here. And if I'm Cleveland, I'm not listening, though. I'm picking up the phone, but I'm not moving. I have to get Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter. You have to do that. You don't have the personnel over there with the Cleveland Browns. Stefanski is a good coach. I believe in him, 2-time coach of the year, but he needs personnel. If I'm the Browns, like, what's a Godfather deal? Like, if it's still a
future
top 10 pick and then maybe a next year first round pick, possibly. But if I'm Cleveland, I'm not moving.
You know what could happen? So there was a report from Adam Schefter that the Jags are one of the teams interested in trading back from 5. The New England Patriots at 4 are going to take a lineman, okay? So that's why you're looking at 2 and 3. So the Raiders, almost every mock has Ashton Genty going to the Raiders. So let's say that a team leapfrogs the Raiders into that 5 spot, right ahead of Vegas, to be able to take Ashton Genty. I think that it becomes more intriguing.
It better be Dallas. It better be Dallas.
I mean,
it better be Dallas. Do something, Dallas.
Dallas is there at 12 to 5. That might. I don't know enough about draft cost to know. Maybe we'll get John Schneider on the line. Be like, what would that cost? It's a team going up from 12 to 5. I wonder if that would have to be a Godfather deal.
You know what? This is where we need the great John Clayton. Rest in peace, big dog.
Let's see. Do we have time for yeah, we have time for a couple more here. Brock Purdy showed up to San Francisco's offseason workout program, but bad news. George Kittle did not. Both now wanting new deals from the 49ers.
Niners been dealing with this for the last 2-3 seasons.
You know what I mean?
Everybody want a deal. Brandon Ayuk want a deal.
They gave one kid $20, and now they've got
Purdy
3
wants
more
a deal.
staring at them.
Kittle wants a deal. Yeah, but all these guys are at that point of their careers. Kittle, this is his last big opportunity to get a deal. Purdy, this is his first time over there trying to get a deal. But they've been preparing for this. That's why they made some of the moves that they made with Deebo Samuel and cutting some other guys, because they knew these guys were going to ask for money. This isn't a surprise. They're prepared for this. Now it's just about maneuvering the money and doing it the right way.
Let's see. Could the Giants be more interested in drafting Jackson Dart at the start of round 2? So rather than get Shedeur Sanders at 3, maybe they go with Abdul Carter and then look for their quarterback later. A pair of NFL voices certainly think so. Here's Rich Eisen.
I'm hearing the Giants really like Jackson Dart, could take him top of round 2, which is a reason why Dart's not going to be in Green Bay.
Interesting.
So put it all together. These are the top rumors I'm hearing.
And Peter Schrager again.
There's some buzz locally here in New York about Jackson Dart being the preferred quarterback to Shedeur Sanders in the Giants organization. I would say this, if the Giants were to trade back into the first or to trade back and take Dart over Sanders, understand they have done their work on Dart too. There was a lot of news that Shedeur Sanders was getting another visit, and they've been to 13 people went to the pro day. Take a look at these facts right here. They've done as much work and has been in the building at Ole Miss as much as they have for Shedeur Sanders. Furthermore, Joe Shane has a kid at Ole Miss, so he's been there and around that program plenty. Eli Manning has the Ole Miss connection. Do you know who an analyst for Ole Miss is right now? Joe Judge is an analyst at Ole Miss, so you've got people there. And then Charlie Weiss Jr. is the one calling the plays. And if you look at Brian Daboll and his history, and of course, Mike, you know this, and D. Wood, you know this, Charlie Weiss and Daboll through the Belichick tree have a lot of connections as well.
Dart's an interesting one to me because there is so much differing opinion. Some people have him ahead of Shedeur Sanders, which I find really interesting and don't necessarily buy. But, I mean, they have him going as high as, let's say, 21 to the Steelers, maybe in the second round in this case, let's say like 34 or whatever it is, to the Giants. What do you think about him as a prospect?
I think Dart is a better athlete than Shedeur Sanders. I think he's more athletic, throws a better football. I think Shedeur is a better processor of the game, though, and is on time with his throws. Dart's not getting out of the first round. So if they're hoping to catch him early in the second round, you better be hoping for Milroe, because Dart, if he slips, he's going to go. The Colts are talking about they wouldn't pass on a quarterback, and the Steelers know that they need a quarterback. He ain't getting out the first round.
You know who could take Jackson Dart in the first round? The Los Angeles Rams. Because they're looking at Matthew Stafford. They're looking at that age, and they're going, we need to find that plan eventually.
They got to wait for Pittsburgh to pass on them now. They're at 26.
Get your questions in for what I need to know. Any question now to the Mac and Jacks text line, 866-979-3776.
On a roll.
Holy smokes, Cal Raleigh with his 9th home run of the season.
Make it 4 straight series wins. Tied for 3rd most wins in the American League. A game out of 1st in the West.
Guys are getting good swings on the ball. They're seeing it well.
The M's look to keep rolling in the first of 3 against the Red Sox in Boston this afternoon. First pitch at 3:45 with pregame at 2:30. Catch every pitch of every game on the Seattle Sports app.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please.
Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours.
Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours.
Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Bull riding, the perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. Professional bull riders aren't just athletes. They're daredevils with cowboy souls. Come experience the true modern West, where 8 seconds of glory will create a lifetime of memories. It's the PBR Tacoma at Tacoma Dome, Saturday, April 26th and Sunday, April 27th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster and PBR.com. Hold on tight. The ride of your life is about to begin.
Michael Bumpus here, and have you ever thought, I'm not good enough to get a golf handicap, or I don't play enough golf to get one? Maybe you just like to have fun and don't think you need one. Think again. Any golfer, whether they're highly skilled or just starting out, can get a handicap. It can turn any round into a competition, for fun, or for a club trophy. You can get a handicap in 3 easy steps. Sign up for a handicap ID, post your scores, and after 3 18-hole rounds, boom, you got it. To learn more, visit wagolf.org/710.
This summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like 3 Tree Roofing. We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Hey, it's Cliff Averill, inviting you to join me at Muckleshoot Casino Resort April 24th for the ultimate draft day viewing party. Yeah, we're teaming up with Seattle Sports to bring you all the excitement on draft night live. You'll get expert insight, exclusive prizes, and a chance to hang out with me and my boy Lofa Tatupu for a special Q&A. Whether you're a diehard Seahawks fan or just love some football, this is the place to be. So don't miss out. Join us for the big night at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Let's talk football, win some prizes, and enjoy the draft together.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's what I need to know. Get your questions into the Mac and Jack's text line, 866-979-3776. What I need to know. Lemonade or iced tea?
Oh, lemonade all day.
Lemonade all day.
Yeah.
Lemonade.
And like, even adding a ton of sugar to iced tea never makes it.
Nah.
There's always that tea
Unless
flavor.
it's that special iced tea.
Well, you know what you add to iced tea to make it great? Lemonade.
Yeah, good point. What I need to know, is Julio's downplay caused by extremely high expectations to make up for the lack of investment in the team by the Mariners front office?
I'm sure he feels some type of pressure. He knows he's not performing up to his contract. So it's a bunch of things, man. I think it's pressure. I think it's discipline. I don't know what his day-to-day is, so, I can't tell you what his schedule is like, but
Yeah.
It's never just one thing, but I'm sure that is part of it.
Yeah, pressure's definitely still part of it. Let me see if I had a passing cut that I didn't play, you guys. Here's what Jeff Passan had to say about pressure.
He's just going to keep pressing, though, because in his mind, he should be the star, right? Like, all the questions that we're asking, both rhetorically and questions to be answered, he's asking himself, too. And he's beating himself up more about this than any of us ever could. And I'm not saying that to give him a pass on it. No, sorry, it's almost May. You shouldn't be hitting under 200. You can't have a slugging percentage below 450, let alone below 400 right now. You're too talented for that.
So that's Jeff Passan saying, yes, of course there's pressure. There will always be pressure. It probably does affect him, and he also doesn't think that the team winning will take that pressure off.
No, it's baseball is an individual team sport. You're always going to look at how you're contributing and what you're not contributing. And your team could be winning, but you're still going to feel like, I'm not helping my team win.
Yeah. 206, Bump, tell me what I need to know. Tell me why some people just can't handle Pullman, go Cougs.
Some people can't handle Pullman because you're isolated. And you're like, oh my God, there isn't this or that.
Okay.
And then some people can't handle Pullman because they can't handle their adult beverages. And they get a little loose.
I get the question of like, why to some people would that be? Yeah. Or I would imagine, well, you came from kind of a big city and went to Pullman.
Mm-hmm.
Did you just like the transition? Like, did you?
I loved the small town.
Yeah.
In the city, you worry about 1,000 other things that never cross your mind in Pullman.
That is a good point, though. It's like some people will really like the change, no matter where they come from. They might be like, I actually really like that this is a college town.
Yeah.
And other people, it's just going to feel too small.
Yep.
But 866-979-3776. What moves do the Seahawks need to make in the draft to be year 2 of the Ravens defense under Mike McDonald? They took a massive step forward.
What moves in the
obviously.
draft? Man, I think, so we're just talking about that defense, though.
Mm-hmm.
You need another edge rusher, I feel like, just to contribute to what is already going on there, and a stud linebacker. And then the other pieces are just depth pieces, like corner, whatnot. But, yeah, obviously, just add at every level and hit with one of those guys. And you have a chance. I don't think you're ever going to be the Ravens, but you can be violent.
Are you going to play the Elder Scrolls for Oblivion?
What the heck is that?
I couldn't tell you what that.
That sounds like a text from Matt.
Matt, did you text into the station just now?
No, but I will play it.
Okay.
It looks cool.
What I need to know. Never miss another 3-foot putt or never have another argument with your +1.
Oh, never miss another 3-foot putt. All day. Automatic. I can have an argument. That's fine. I get over stuff fairly quickly.
What I need to know. Where'd my questions go? With John Cena getting his 17th championship.
17.
Most of all time.
Most of all time. The Rock wasn't there. Who was your GOAT wrestler?
Oh, it was The Rock all day. It was The Rock.
Yeah. Why didn't he show up?
I don't ask Curtis.
Because he's
a billionaire.
Anymore.
No,
Yeah.
I think that's actually probably what it was, is they were like, so you cannot not be here. And he was like, I am rich and I do what I
think
want.
that's exactly what it was.
Yeah, and he was probably like, I have a family dinner planned. I'm not going to go.
I'm going to go
Maybe
drink
in
some
Hawaii.
protein shakes and lift. I don't need to be there.
What I need to know, does Stacy's new lunchbox have Smurfs or Powerpuff Girls on it? Outside shot, it's Looney Tunes. It is a very chic, neutral colored bento box.
This is white, you know?
It's not, I would describe it as grayish.
As what?
Grayish, gray beige.
That's a thing?
Wow.
Grayish?
Matt already made fun of me because
Yeah, because why, Stacy?
I set my lunchbox out in the kitchenette to go get later.
And forgot about it.
I didn't forget about it.
I don't think you meant to go get it later.
I told you guys I'm a lunchbox person now, and I don't leave that lunchbox behind. I don't leave my water bottle behind.
Now,
Both of them are things I care about now.
where in the lunchroom did you leave it, Stacy?
On top of the coffee stand.
No, not the coffee stand.
It wasn't there.
It was on top of the water cooler.
On top of the water cooler.
So she would have never seen it if we hadn't mentioned it.
Never seen it.
Dang it. I'm starting to believe that if he's available at 18, it's dart to Seattle, says a listener, especially now that John Schneider admitted they're shopping Howell. and said the quarterback class in the draft is not as bad as talking heads are broadcasting. What do you think?
I don't think they're taking quarterback at 18. No. I think there are other things to do. Other things to take care of.
Yeah.
You just got Drew Lock back. I think if they get one, it's going to be late.
Should Cal Raleigh compete in the home run derby this year?
No.
What?
No.
Why?
Jacked up Julio.
Oh, no. You should, and then you should hit from both sides.
That'd be impressive.
I know.
But
badly.
just do that at batting practice.
Yes. I just think it's cool.
It is cool. I just don't want to do anything to derail what he has going.
I don't know. Your boy Teo won it last year.
Yeah.
It seemed to work out quite fine
derail things for him.
Yeah, he also doesn't have the pressure that Cal has to perform.
Real question. 9 bombs through the start of the season is crazy for Cal. Do you think that he keeps at this pace? Because this feels unsustainable. I'm going to be really honest.
No, he's on pace for like 60 right now. That's not going down.
Will Cal hit 60 home runs in 2025?
No way.
Nah, give him 30, 35.
And 35 would be a career high,
that would
right?
be more than satisfactory. 35? Yeah.
30 plus again? Another year of 30 plus?
I believe he
it'd be
had
4
34
consecutive, right?
last year.
Yeah. What if he hits 40?
Then we're
not going to complain.
We're winning 89 games this year. As long as Julio is doing Julio,
Yeah.
we ain't touching 90.
All right. We are going to learn more about what Cal's been doing to heat things up in April, about this offense making strides forward. Root Sports' Angie Mentink is going to join us at 1:30. Alex Mayer has some interesting numbers at 1:45. We're going to learn more about the Red Sox, the Mariners' next opponent at 1:15. The Dugout is coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
The number 9 draft profile, the tight end, Colson Loveland.
There is no struggle as a pass catcher. This may be, that he may turn out to be, that next great NFL tight end. Because of this system, tight ends are going to be so unbelievably valuable. When you got a unicorn, and he would be a unicorn sitting there, there's a possibility.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. I'm here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. When you're dealing with business owners and the idea that they owe money to the IRS and they feel like they might be letting their staff down, and it just spirals out of control.
One thing I see with businesses, it's really tough because they have employees and maybe they're having a difficult time with the cash flow of the business. Then unfortunately, what a business often does is they quit making their payroll tax deposits, which is really about the worst thing you could be doing. I mean, it's a telltale sign if you're doing that. Hey, get someone that can help you kind of look at your business and see if things can be changed so that you can operate your business better and make those payroll tax deposits. Because let me tell you this, the IRS is on those right away.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, you have to call Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here, and if you're interested in a backyard oasis, come explore the latest trends in outdoor living, patio, and deck design during the grand opening of People Come First Construction Group's new Luxury Design Center. It's this Friday starting at 11 a.m. and is a special offer. During the event only, PCF Group will cover the sales tax on grills, appliances, furniture, hot tubs, and more. Plus, meet industry designers and innovators, as well as celebrity guests, including, well, yours truly from 3 to 5 p.m., along with current NFL player Brady Russell and NFL alumni president Randall Morris. The new PCF Group Design Center is designed to be an immersive experience for customers, showcasing just how outdoor spaces elevate home living, relaxation, and entertainment. Food and beverages will be available, giveaways, and you'll have the chance to view their state-of-the-art virtual reality system. So come check out PCF Group's new exterior design premier gallery. Grand opening this Friday starting at 11 a.m. For more details, visit PCFgroup.com or call 206-992-0360. 888-866-9364.
From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for a Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you have really good leaders, it makes it easy.
Gia arrived at Lee Johnson after 10 years at another dealership.
You know your job, but then you have people who you can rely on to help you with the big stuff that you need that support from. And I've gotten that every day with my service manager, with our assistant service manager, with even like our GM and our GSM. The way that, we're now on the showroom together, we are so close-knit just as a department. My service manager here, he's always open to teach you whatever you want to know. He just wants everybody to do good around him, and if somebody wants to learn something, I'm here to do it. And I've never had a service manager like that before. They're really good at promoting from within. That's one thing that I've learned from working here. I see people start out as a lot porter, and people work their way all the way up to being a general manager.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
There's been no movement at all in this year's draft. All 32 teams have their original first-round pick, but might there finally be a trade near the top soon? According to ESPN's Peter Schrager, the Browns and Giants are fielding multiple trade offers for picks 2 and 3, respectively. Schrager added that neither team is outwardly rejecting the offers right now.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This is The Dugout, every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy. Inside access to the clubhouse from Shannon Drayer on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Mariners insider Shannon Drayer joining us right now for The Dugout. And Shannon, I always love talking to you. Bump and I always love when you join us, but it's especially fun when we have really fun games, fun series to talk about, and that's exactly where the Mariners find themselves right now, coming off an off day, heading into a series against the Red Sox, looking for what could be a 5th consecutive series win. Absolutely fun start to, kind of ending towards the end of April here. I'm going to start with the offense, and feel free to pick a specific player. Maybe it's a group of players, maybe it's a part of the lineup, but what feels different about what they've been able to do at the plate?
Well, I think one of the biggest things we've seen is we've seen Cal Raleigh kind of get into his game a little bit. He started slow, and his bat has heated up. And one of the things that I like when I look at this, entire lineup right now is they have a top of the lineup. You think about the 8 billion different lineup combinations we've had over the last many, many years. And Dan Wilson has been able to every day write in the same 4 at the top. Now, that's changed a little bit since Robles has come out, but you still, you have, who you're going to have against the lefty leading off. It's going to be Dylan Moore. You know who it's going to be against the righty. It's going to be Julio Rodriguez. You know that Jorge Polanco is going to be there, followed by Cal Raleigh, and Randy Arozarena is your cleanup hitter. And I think that is something that when you look at that, it kind of gives you an opportunity to get things going. And the more and more I look at it, the more I think that, you've got a legitimate middle of the order. And as Julio comes along, it's going to make that middle of the order a lot stronger. So for me, I think that once Julio kind of clicks in, Cal will be streaky here and there, and Randy, I think, can be too, but they both can go on long streaks. I mean, there are times when that middle of the order has the potential of being looked at as, something that other teams are going to, want to stay away from. It can be a very, very tough middle of the order.
Shannon, it's been interesting watching the way these guys have won ball games. They've been through a lot already, right? Robles is out, you got Bliss out, Ben Williamson gets called up, the bullpen struggles, and then they look good. Castillo has had his ups and downs. How have they been able to kind of weather the storm so far and find a way to be consistent with everything that's going on?
I think what we're finding, and it is, it's the last thing you ever want to hear from anybody in sports, but I truly think they are taking them one day at a time. And I think that is part of the message. When I talked to Rowdy down on the field after Game 3 in Toronto, it's a very basic question, but they were playing good baseball. And I asked, what do you as a team want to take from this series into the series in Boston? And I was hoping for something more, specific, but he just said, we just want to go in there and be able to attack one game at a time. And that sounds like, what you've heard a million times, but at the same time, it might be kind of pointing to what their mindset is that they do. When you do have two big losses to your lineup, yeah, it hits you, you feel it, but then, how do I win the next day's game? And I think that we've been seeing that. We certainly have been seeing that with the bullpen and the moves that they have had to make to get enough bullpen in there. So I think in that regard, I think it takes some of the pressure off. I think it kind of really feeds into Dan Wilson's message of we've just got to simplify. And I think that is a part of it, as trite as it might sound. You never want to hear just take them one day at a time, but there's a reason for that, especially in a game like baseball where there are so many games.
Shannon, you've been interviewing Cal for the Cal Raleigh Show, which we're going to hear a new episode of this Thursday, again, every Thursday during Wyman and Bob. And you knew Cal plenty well, right? You're around this team every single day. You travel with the team. I would imagine there's little about the players that when you learn about it shocks you. But that being said, in these sit-down interviews that you're now having more regularly with Cal, has there been anything you've learned about him or maybe some insight you've gathered about someone who now feels so central to Seattle's plans?
I think it's more a sense, and I don't think we're into it enough when you think of it. I think there are going to be 26 of these, so I don't need to, kind of come crashing out of the gates.
Maybe by Cal Raleigh episode 16.
Along those lines, I might be in trouble if we do that, but I think a lot of it is reinforcing a lot of things that I've seen, and I'm trying to show that to others. And trying to show it in different ways. And, it is a challenge because it's a radio interview and it's also a video. And so I want to be able to kind of play to both, and I want to be able to play to, all sorts of different interests because people watch the game differently. And one of the things that has really intrigued me about Cal Raleigh is just his balance and how he manages his time. And it is almost a minute-to-minute thing with him. I mean, it is very serious with him, and it's part of where his success has come from. So I think that I've shown that a little bit in what we've, done so far. And then I think one of the funny things was I had a feeling, and I mean, it might be one of the dumbest questions ever, but when you travel as much as we do, and I think it might have kind of fallen into that they're just like us department is, how do you pack a suitcase?
Oh, it was a great conversation. I enjoyed it.
And to hear that he had the same frustration, and you could see it and you could hear it in his voice. He's talking about bringing one too many shirts and one too many pairs of socks, and it's not good enough, darn it. It might force him to keep a suitcase with exactly what he needs at the park and take the same suitcase every trip. I mean, to me, I thought that was absolutely hilarious. And you could hear it was just eating him that he couldn't get it just right. It's like, I want to get this perfectly and I can't. And I thought that was hilarious. And I think that's kind of a little bit of an insight into him. And that's kind of a confirmation because I didn't know that's what he was going to say. I was happy because I'm the same way probably times 10. I'm bringing far too much stuff. And it annoys me that I've done this as long as I've done this and I can't get it right. The same with him, which I thought was absolutely hilarious. So I think kind of taking my time to kind of learn a little bit about that. I've got a question that kind of regards Boston, and I think a question that a lot of people have regarding Cal and the team that I'm going to ask. We tape tomorrow, and I have no idea what his answer is going to be on that. So I think that will kind of be interesting, but it's I think it is going to be a challenge to get to kind of show everything and try and uncover some things as well.
I respect you guys because I take 2 or 3 day trips during football season. I can't get it right. You guys are gone for a long time, man. So good luck with the packing of the luggage for sure. Speaking of the road, I mean, you've been around this team a lot. And, you know, this is Dan's show now. Have you noticed anything different that he does with this team on the road, or is it pretty standard practice?
I think it's pretty standard practice. The one thing that I've noticed is he has been pretty regimented in the report times, and it might just be because it's early. And I might just be grousing about this because maybe I need a little extra time on some days. But, you know, he hasn't really canceled any batting practices or meetings or anything like that early. As the season goes on, I would imagine he probably will, that you don't have to be quite as early on a Sunday, particularly on the road, and that kind of thing. But I think that he's been pretty regimented in what he does with the team, what he does with the meetings so far.
Shannon, are we looking at any injury updates for Kirby? I know, obviously, we're all tracking Brash, and we keep asking you about some of these same guys, but as you know, it can change week by week, sometimes day to day. So what's the latest on some key injuries here?
Well, we don't get official injury reports until the first Monday back, but Matt Brash has thrown again, and I think it's sounding like they probably want to see him throw in at least one more game. So we'll keep an eye on that. He had a target. I wasn't going to say this until it happened, or if it didn't, it was something that kind of I think was being kept quiet. His goal was to be back to pitch in Toronto, which makes sense. You know, that's not too far from home. Pitching against the Blue Jays is a huge deal, and that didn't happen. And, I mean, the Mariners really kind of put the brakes on him coming out of spring training. Everything has been going so fast, and they're doing well right now. And, you know, why not have everything 110% before you bring him back? And I think that they are that's where they're at right now. I think they're going to, you know, continue to monitor him in the games that he pitches in. And I think the same with George Kirby. George was hoping to be in rehab games by the middle of the month, around the 15th. He's not that far off. You know, if he is going to throw a sim game at T-Mobile Park sometime this week, he's probably a week or so behind the schedule that I think he had set for himself more so than they had set for him. So, you know, I think that we were all hopeful we would see him at the end of April. It's, I think, obviously getting pushed into May a little bit.
What do you think of the youngster Ben Williamson so far this year?
I think it's been a lot of fun to watch him. I think that, you know, for a player where you've been saying all along, it is going to be defense only, we're seeing some offense from him. We're seeing a great approach at the plate. We're seeing him not get overwhelmed by anything. So the next step is what happens as the league adjusts to him. And so we'll keep an eye on that. But, you know, I've seen him already make an adjustment, which is incredibly impressive. He made an adjustment coming into the season. I think he started it last year, that he was going to let the ball travel more, give himself more time with the baseball. You might not get the biggest payoff in terms of the extra base hit or something like that, but you can make solid contact when you're giving yourself more of a chance to do something. And that has, you know, obviously served him well early on. Well, we've also seen him kind of step up and beat a breaking ball, and that's not hanging back on anything right there. And I thought that was really impressive to see him do that as well. So he's continuing to develop offensively. He seems comfortable here right away. I don't think we've seen enough of him defensively. I keep asking everybody to please hit the ball to third base, and we're not seeing too much. But everything that we have seen has been pretty much what was advertised. I mean, 120 miles an hour off the bat of Vladimir Guerrero. Are you kidding me? You're not going to see that very often. I think it was the 13th or the 14th hardest hit ball in the StatCast era, and he handled it. There was no problem with that. Also had a little bit of a learning. There was a play in Toronto, important play. I think it was in extras, where the ball was hit towards him, but the runner crossed in front of him, and it looked like it could be trouble. He made the play. It was awkward and was told by Perry Hill afterwards, don't give up your lane. If the runner hits you, the runner is out. And he said that was something, got to make note of that, and next time that's what we'll do right there. So really interesting to see how he is continuing to develop. He is continuing they all work with Perry, for goodness sakes, but he's seeing things that perhaps he hasn't seen too much before, and certainly not at this level. But I think he has been incredibly impressive, and the fact that he's getting written into the lineup day in and day out, that speaks volumes for what they think of him.
Mariners taking on the Red Sox series opener today. Don't forget there's a matinee for this game on Thursday. Shannon Drayer, of course, on the road. Great photos at Shannon Drayer on X.com from yesterday's Boston Marathon. Shannon, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks, Shannon.
You got it, guys.
Let's learn a bit more about the Red Sox with Red Sox beat reporter Chris Cotillo. He joins us next.
On a roll.
Holy smokes, Cal Raleigh with his 9th home run of the season.
Make it 4 straight series wins. Tied for 3rd most wins in the American League. A game out of 1st in the West.
Guys are getting good swings on the ball. They're seeing it well.
The M's look to keep rolling in the first of 3 against the Red Sox in Boston this afternoon. First pitch at 3:45 with pregame at 2:30. Catch every pitch of every game on the Seattle Sports app.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we provide top-quality windows that are 25% more energy efficient, reduce noise by 50%, and stay clear with low-maintenance glass. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Right now, have ultra-efficient, clean technology windows installed and pay $0 down with 0 interest and 0 payments for 18 months. Only from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. And they'll even pay your sales tax. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
Spring in Washington. It is practically synonymous with rain. And of course, rain is made up of water, which unfortunately can wreak havoc on your home and your crawl space. So if rain or groundwater makes its way into that crawl space, it can create all kinds of problems, including structural damage or toxic mold. You don't want either of those at your house. Trust me. It's Mike Salk here, and that's why you call Crawl Pros. Crawl Pros will keep your crawl space dry. They can install a sump pump and drainage and reroute that water back out and away from your home. They'll take care of any mold that's been created and even address any plumbing issues you may have in your crawl space. Don't take the risk. The best way to learn if you have any water issues is to have Crawl Pros do what they did at my house. Visit your home and inspect your crawl space for free. Yes, Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to. So if you're worried at all about water damage, mold, insulation issues, critters, anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com to schedule a free inspection.
Announcing the Million Hour Volunteer Rally. G here, join me, Safeway and Albertsons, and donate your time and skills to support local food banks and host food drives or fundraisers. You can win free groceries for a year and a $5,000 donation to your favorite hunger relief agency. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer to learn more. Find volunteer opportunities and log your hours. 1,000,000 hours will help create food secure communities. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer.
You're listening to The Dugout every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
MassLive.com Red Sox reporter Chris Cotillo joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. You are listening to The Dugout, getting ready for the next opponent here. Chris, how's it going?
It's good. I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic. Excited to watch this series. The Mariners have actually been hot. We were anticipating a very slow start to the season, especially for Julio, and only one of those things has been true. I'm going to start, though, learning a bit more about the Red Sox. I was wondering first how the reception was to Netflix's The Clubhouse there. A great watch.
Yeah, I mean, it was obviously a lot of hype because people knew that the camera crew was following them around for all of last year. This was announced before last season. So it took a long time for it to come together, obviously more than a year from the beginning of filming. And I think for the first couple of days, and rightfully so, the Jarren Duran part of that, dominated the conversation, him revealing a suicide attempt from 2022 and being brave enough to talk about that. It had an immense impact in terms of, different charities and things in the area. And, it was one of those kind of moments covering the team that obviously transcends baseball. When he talked about it the day before the documentary came out, when the embargo was lifted, all of his teammates gathered around and listened to his press availability about it. And anybody's seen it, obviously, it's a lot about Jarren's story, a lot about Tristan Casas as well. So that, I think, is, the part that stands out. Otherwise, I think for, casual baseball fans, for diehard baseball fans, there's stuff in there that, everybody's going to learn, just kind of the behind the scenes, some of these personalities. Be interesting to see if another team ever decides to do it again. It was definitely a very intrusive process. It was one that, definitely was a distraction for a team trying to go through their season with the massive camera crew around them, but an interesting experiment for sure.
Did you ever feel like there was a point where players got used to it and, the cameras are like part of the team, or were people always aware of what they were saying and doing because of those cameras?
Yeah, I mean, they claim this to be as kind of an all-access. Red Sox have no editorial control. The cameras are just going to be rolling all the time. But it became clear, I think, early on that if a Red Sox player or Alex Cora, or if anybody, said to them, like, hey, don't film this or don't use this, then they weren't going to, because they were going to lose the trust of the group and the access as well. So I don't think if there was big blow-up fights in the clubhouse and if there was big, screaming matches and stuff like that, or, teammates going at each other, that did not make the documentary. And so I think as time went on, some players became more comfortable with it. Some players who were comfortable with it at the beginning decided midway through the season that they didn't want to be featured. And if you watch it, you'll see over the course of the 8 episodes, like, there's a lot of players who are barely ever mentioned in it. Kenley Jansen, who's not here anymore, but said at the beginning of the year, like, yeah, they can, film me while I'm warming up or whatever, but it's not like I'm going to let them come home and do any off the field stuff with me. And I'm not going to sit down to be interviewed. I want to go out and do my job, and I don't want to be distracted. There's a lot of players that said that at the beginning, and there's a lot of players that said that throughout the season as it went on. So, you can't force these guys over the course of their workday to be super cooperative. Many were, and many were not. But I think it's evident once you watch it who is, and like I said, the big stars of it, Jarren Duran and Tristan Casas, who seem to give them really all access, and Brian Bayo, who makes his debut tonight.
We saw plenty of Alex Bregman when he was here with Houston. We're now going to watch him with Boston. What's that transition been like for him?
Yeah, I think pretty seamless. Another a guy that well, and Justin Turner did it a couple years ago, where it's hard to imagine, but these guys, just with the resume they have, with the pedigree, the track record, the reputation, they come in and they're the guy in the clubhouse from day one. Justin Turner was in 2023 from the absolute jump in spring training. And I think Alex Bregman has been the clubhouse leader, the big picture guy in ways that, no one else has been, even really a month in, and even getting there, after the beginning of spring training. I think a lot of that is the command or the respect he commands just as a World Series champion and a guy with his resume, but also that relationship with Alex Cora from 2017, where they got so close back then with the Astros. And so that was seamless, knowing the manager so well. On the field, he's been a little shaky at third base, which is ironic after all the moving parts and moving Devers out of the field and all the kind of the storm that caused. But he's been, obviously he's a reigning Gold Glover, so they're going to put him there. Offensively, he's getting on base at a high clip. He's been a run producer. At times the offense has struggled, but he has not been a guy that has had these prolonged slumps. So kind of as advertised, I would say, so far. Definitely from a leadership perspective, he's the guy already. Seems hard to do considering how long he was in another place, but it's been seamless for that.
Tell us about Bayo getting his first start today in 2025. What do you expect out of him?
Yeah, this is a guy that, you look at all of the young pitchers the Red Sox have tried to bring up and homegrown guys over the last 4 or 5 years. When Tanner Houck made an all-star team last year, Cutter Crawford, who's injured right now, has had a good start to his career. And Bello is the one with the most upside, really, of any of them. He was a top prospect. He was a guy that people really thought could develop into an ace. There's all the Pedro comparisons because they're not the biggest guys, and they both have electric changeups. Pedro mentors him in the Dominican Republic and brings him along in the off season. And I would say generally for Bello, it just hasn't clicked to the full ceiling yet over 3-ish years in the big leagues, where you've seen brilliance at times, you've seen prolonged struggles at times, and this year in spring training, he had a shoulder strain at the beginning of camp that delayed him obviously 3 weeks. So I think the Red Sox big picture need a guy to step up and be that consistent number 2 behind Crochet, who's been lights out. Houck had maybe the worst start in franchise history two times ago. He gave up like 11, 12 runs and 2 1/3. Walker Buehler was good yesterday, but has been up and down. If they can have Bello come in and be that consistent force, number 2 behind Crochet, who's a true ace, this team's going to be dangerous. So I think Red Sox fans are waiting on Bello to hit that extra gear. This year, he had a pretty good second half last year after signing an extension early. He admitted he tried to live up to that the expectations of that extension in the first half and was off mentally. The documentary actually reveals that his wife had visa issues and couldn't join him in the States for the entirety of the season, and that the toll it took on him. There's a really interesting scene there where Alex Cora is talking to Bello and he breaks down crying in the outfield, stuff that nobody knew before that. Mm-hmm. So I think he's in a different spot now. The expectations a little higher, even for a guy just coming off the injured list, but he should be full go as of tonight, and the Red Sox will need him here.
I wanted to bounce back just last minute or so with you to get back to some of those offensive inconsistencies that you mentioned. Obviously, there's quite a bit to like. I mean, Red Sox are 4th league-wide in hits. They're also 2nd in strikeouts. Is that where you're seeing some of the inconsistencies? Tell any Mariners fan who hasn't been tuning closely into Boston kind of what they can expect with the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, they have had some outlier games. They scored 18 runs against St. Louis on a Sunday night. When you do that early in the season, all your totals look better. And then they went, silent for a week. They had like 11 runs in 7 games or something like that. They play the White Sox a lot the last couple of weeks and have not hit against those guys, which you expect any team to do. They were only 4-3 in those games, a lot of low-scoring outputs. Really, it comes down to Tristan Casas has had a horrendous start to the year, hitting about 160. A guy that was obviously linked to the Mariners and trade rumors, seemed like all winter, and he's been, not getting hits. Devers has been up and down, horrible for the first few days, had an okay stretch, and other than a homer over the weekend, has been kind of inconsistent. Duran has not really been himself at the top of the lineup, and they've been getting nothing out of the catcher spot, which is now Narvaez with Wong hurt and the number 9 spot with Rafaela. So there's some guys that have gotten off to hot starts, some guys that have gotten off to slow starts, but they don't keep the line moving because it's a team that strikes out a ton, and I'm sure that is something that they want to work on as we move forward into May.
MassLive.com Red Sox reporter Chris Cotillo, kind enough to join us for the Dugout. Chris, thanks so much, man. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Have a good one. What's behind Cal's 9 home runs in April? And should we be worried about some shaky outings from Luis Castillo? Plus, what are we watching for today from Bryce Miller, who gets the start against Boston? That's coming your way next when Roots Sports' Angie Mentink joins us on the Dugout.
The 2025 NFL Draft.
The first real opportunity for Mike McDonald to build this team in the image he really wants.
With 5 of the first 100 picks.
Are you kidding me?
What are the biggest needs?
It might be too early to take a guard in the first round.
And nobody is taking you deeper inside Seahawks HQ on draft day with General Manager John Schneider live at 4 p.m.
What you do here matters.
Thursday, only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Music that moves your soul. Live at Muckleshoot Event Center, Thursday, April 24th. Get tickets before they sell out at muckleshootcasino.com.
Goodbye, Winter Mud. Hello, Dream Yard. Spring is here. Synthetic Turf Northwest has you covered. No more soggy lawns or weekend yard work. Just green, clean, and ready for backyard barbecues, wiffle ball, or kicking back. Synthetic Turf Northwest, the area leader in synthetic grass, residential and commercial installs, plus turf supplies out of our Woodinville warehouse, and soon in Fife, right off I-5. Mention Seattle Sports and save up to $1,000 off your project. Visit syntheticturfnorthwest.com today.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com. The Oki Golf Platinum Players Card is the best value in golf, with 7 prepaid rounds, discounted guest passes, and green fees. And now through April 30th, Oki Golf is offering 1 free bonus round with purchase of the Platinum Players Card. Visit okigolf.com today to secure yours.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of their National Red Tag Sales Event, now extended through April 27th. Stop by any of their participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales Event, extended through April 27th. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile, well, they have Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and out on the go. So get the same reliable network in the places you need it the most. Maybe the coffee shop, the grocery store, or at the game. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for a year with no contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T Plus. Ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus 1 unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You're listening to The Dugout every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Mariners getting ready for a series against the Boston Red Sox. Let's continue that preview, this time from Seattle side. Root Sports' Angie Mentink joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Angie, how's it going?
Oh my gosh, this is my first time with you guys. Like, I'm nervous.
I can't believe that.
Like
Curtis let us know and I was offended. How dare you?
I know. Thanks for finally inviting me, guys.
Well, we're really happy to have you. I was so excited for this. We've already got some listener questions. I'm going to start with one about torpedo bats, which will not surprise you at all. I'm sure you've gotten this from fans already. Some listeners want to know if, in addition to Cal, other Mariners are using torpedo bats. Are the bats making their way around the clubhouse is what they want to know.
Yeah, I mean, lots of guys have swung it. The only one that I've really noticed in the games that are swinging them are Randy and Cal from the left side. Cal's not swinging it from the right side. He likes a kind of a shorter, a little bit heavier bat from the right side. But I know that Luke Raley, tried it, took a bunch of swings. It's kind of like, golf clubs. Like one driver works for one dude. It doesn't necessarily work, for someone else. And like Luke is saying, I, try to have a lot of length in my bat path and in my swing. So I hit a lot of balls off the end of the barrel. And if you've seen the torpedo bats, torpedo bats sounds way cooler, but they would be more aptly named bowling pin bats because that's exactly what they look like. They've got this fat barrel, but then it gets thinner at the end of the barrel. And Luke's like, that's where I'm hitting the ball a lot. Like, I don't want that to be weaker and smaller. And so he was one of the ones that was like, nope. Julio Rodriguez was another one that was like, nope. It's just it's a weight thing. It's a distribution thing. It's a lot of different things. So I asked actually Edgar Martinez too. I was like, would you have? And he's like, absolutely. I would have swung it. Like, especially if it would have felt lighter in my hands. And I'm like, did you just say light bat? Did you just say you liked a light bat? And yeah, he did.
Give him a hard time.
All right, Stacy, you're probably too young to remember the light bat commercials with Edgar.
For sure.
So I'm okay.
Stacy's 25.
He made a bat like into a lamp, and he's like, it's a light bat. So
I get it.
It was literally like a famous commercial. People's gonna give me a shout out right now on the text line. They know. If you know, you know.
Yep. That's awesome.
I should remember this commercial. That's my problem.
Nah, you're too young. You're just a baby.
No, you were like 3. It's okay.
Just a baby. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Angie, these Mariners are stealing a bunch of bases, and why not ask you? You stole 59 of them things, in your day. What are you seeing from these guys, and do you like their aggressive base running?
I do. I've talked, like EY and I are like becoming best friends. He doesn't want to become my best friend, but he is. I'm like in his ear as much as he is in the base runner's ear. I dig what he does. And listen, I think this isn't like all EY. It's not like I don't want to try to give him like all the credit. This is, as an organization, they're like, we're going to be more aggressive in this area. And EY's like, hold my beer. I got this. So, he is so good at picking up little things. And like they got burned by it. Like Robbie Ray, like I was talking with EY before that game, and they're like, we know his tendencies. Like unless he has changed things up or he has gotten better at this, like we feel like we know what he does when he's going to home versus what he's going to do when he comes over to first. And they picked him apart in that game. Now, he got at them a couple times, too, where he changed things up, changed up his routine. But he is constantly looking at all of the little things to steal bases. And I would say that as a, base stealer myself, that's what you have to do. What are you picking up on? And I love that about the game. I mean, when I rode the Pine my freshman year of college, and I was always trying to, like, pick up the guy's signs. Like, what's his indicator? What is he doing when there's something on? What what happens when he's not? I just love to try. Where is he standing in the box? Maybe he's given the steal sign just by where his location is. So I love all those little things in the game, and so that's why I'm trying to make EY my best friend.
He doesn't have a choice. He just needs to embrace it. This is the way his life is going now, and he should be happy about it.
And the other thing, and it's just really quick, on stolen bases, that he's like telling them that I love is like, it's not always about the times, like what the pitcher's time is to home or things that he's seeing, but it's like, hey, listen, right fielder, look behind you. Look, right fielder is playing down the line. If the ball's, smoked down the line, you're not going first to third, because, he's on that line. He's constantly just giving them information about the defense, about the pitcher, the catcher, everything. So I like it.
Luis Castillo with a win in his last outing, though it felt a little shaky. It wasn't necessarily, a commanding day for him, and he's been a little up and down. It's nothing to be, I think, overly concerned about, but I am curious about what you've made of his start to the season so far.
It's tougher as we all get older and the crow's feet get a little bit deeper. You have to adjust, and you have seen pitchers across the league, really do a great job of this, and then you've seen other ones fade. And I think that, Luis Castillo has the arsenal to be able to make the adjustments in this game as perhaps his velo fades a little bit. I mean, if you look at it statistically, the last 3 years, his velocity has dropped all 3 years, and his strikeout rates have also dropped, all 3 years percentage-wise. But, that doesn't mean just because you don't have the same swing and miss stuff that you used to have that you cannot be an incredibly effective pitcher. I think the one thing, that he would tell you, and really this has kind of been a theme a little bit with the starting staff, is I was like, who are you guys? You guys know who you are. You are all about, getting strike one. And they haven't done a great job of really getting out in front of opponents lately. And it's meant that a lot of these starting pitchers have had to throw just a ton of pitches to get through five. And so I think that's one thing they kind of have to get back to, because people always ask me, what's the best pitch in baseball? Is it a split? Is it this? No, strike one. Strike one is the best pitch in baseball, period.
We had some questions about the infield, and then the Mariners were hit quickly, right? You got Bliss, who goes down. Demo has to bounce around. You got a platoon at third, and now this young man, Ben Williamson, has been showing up. And he was known for his glove, but he's showing his bat, too. How do you feel about just the infield right now as it stands, and especially Ben Williamson?
Well, I like, actually, the fact that Demo has to move around. I think that makes this team better. J.P. Crawford, finally got a blow the other day. There's not a lot of people that can play shortstop. Demo is, one of those guys. And I know, going into the season, they were looking at him like, hey, you're going to be the everyday second baseman. And I think that Dan Wilson wanted it to be like this. And they had it like that, with Ryan Bliss kind of really having a great spring. They're like, cool, now we can make Demo that utility, that super utility guy again. I'm of the mindset it's like, next man up. And I think that, the people, if you have the right mindset that are that next man up, they can't wait to prove that they've just been waiting for that opportunity, and now they're going to take it and run with it. And I think you're seeing that with Ben. I think his approach at the plate plays. I mean, it's really what they're preaching about, allowing the ball to travel and get deep and have good at bats. And, if you're going to get me, I'm going to take a piece of you with me. I'm going to foul off 6 pitches before I head back to the dugout with my bat. So I like this kid, and I'm just a big believer on the importance of defense. And sometimes you're not always scoring runs. Sometimes you're saving them.
Angie, last one for me here. I can hear, and I may be wrong. I may be off base here, no pun intended, but I feel like I can hear in your voice on your calls when Cal does well that you're just especially impressed by him. You know what I mean? When you can just tell by the broadcasters you listen to, I feel like this guy must be well liked in a clubhouse, because you can hear in a broadcaster's voice that they're just easy to call a game for. It's just, they're easy to root for, easy to watch, and you know about them. And so I made a mental note, because I was hoping to be able to ask you in our final couple minutes here, while Cal's on this hot streak and tied for first league-wide in home runs and has been so fun to watch, if there's something about him that you, whether it's as a former player or as just a lover of the game, just find especially endearing about him, or maybe really appreciate about him as a player.
I'm not supposed to have favorites. It's like your children, Angie. You're not supposed to, but Cal's just one of those authentic human beings that it is impossible not to, root for them. He's the kind of player that, I mean, maybe he knows it, but you would never know it, that he doesn't know he's a superstar. And, we all know the players that know they're superstars and they, behave as such. He's just such a great guy. And, to see the success that he's having, and I think that's where it is. One, he's a great guy. Like, you meet his family, you're like, no kidding. No, his family is just great family, great mom, great dad, sisters, brother. And then when you think about what he's able to do, like, I remember when Justin Smoke was here, we're like, power hitter from both sides. They take a long time to develop this, that, and the other thing. Cal's just like, power hitter from both sides. Oh, yeah. And I pretty much catch every day the nastiest staff in the entire league. And you see that patch on my chest. I mean, it's just like you're just so happy that somebody so kind and great is having such amazing success, because so oftentimes in sports, like, you can't help it, but like you see, like, a guy and you're like, you don't really deserve this. Like, you're just stupid talented. You're just stupid talented. Good for you. Yay. With Cal, you're like, I am so happy for every single success that you get.
Yeah, I can definitely co-sign that feeling of, like, you're not supposed to have favorites. You're watching as an unbiased observer, but sometimes it just is easier to root for good guys. And you're like, man, it's like, good for you, man. Like, I'm happy to see you have this kind of run. What a run he's on. We're going to learn more about Cal and about this offense with Alex Mayer, who joins us in just a couple minutes. That is it with Root Sports' Angie Mentink. Angie, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Angie.
Also, by the way, really quickly, Alex Mayer probably 1A behind Cal Raleigh. So.
We'll make sure to tell him you said that. Thanks, Angie.
He's my dude. He is my guy. Yes, you got it.
We cannot wait to talk with Alex. Speaking of, he joins us in just a few. This is The Dugout. Don't go anywhere.
On a roll.
Holy smokes, Cal Raleigh with his 9th home run of the season.
Make it 4 straight series wins. Tied for 3rd most wins in the American League. A game out of 1st in the West.
Guys are getting good swings on the ball. They're seeing it well.
The M's look to keep rolling in the first of 3 against the Red Sox in Boston this afternoon. First pitch at 3:45 with pregame at 2:30. Catch every pitch of every game on the Seattle Sports app.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sinks overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Old windows cost you money and security. Lake Washington Windows and Doors installs energy-efficient, high-security windows that lower your bills and increase protection. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Choose LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Right now, have ultra-efficient, clean technology windows installed and pay $0 down with 0 interest and 0 payments for 18 months. Only from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. And they'll even pay your sales tax. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Hey, Mike Salk here with special guest Ryan Roland Smith, and we love having Hyphen on the show to talk a little baseball, but today, talking about something a bit more personal, yet really exciting. Hyphen, share all the good news.
Thanks, Mike. Look, I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan and how you lost a ton of weight. I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds in just 60 days, and my only regret is not starting sooner.
Well, I'm happy for you. What's been the best part of the program so far?
Honestly, how simple it's been. There's no crazy exercises, no counting calories or scary shots or injections, no side effects or any of that stuff. I feel healthier, I'm sleeping better, I'm eating delicious meals,
and the accountability plus communication from the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic team has made it fun.
Man, that is awesome, buddy. Would you recommend it?
Yes. To anyone listening, I was in your shoes. Just schedule a 15-minute consult at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It's all you have to do to start.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, DC. Results may vary.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call West Coast Men's Health at 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
You're listening to The Dugout every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
You are listening to The Dugout, getting you ready for this upcoming series. It starts this afternoon, 3:45 p.m. first pitch against the Boston Red Sox. We're going to be looking at some fun Mariners stats with Alex Mayer joining us now in the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Hey, Alex, how's it going?
I'm great. I'm calling you live from Fenway Park, so all is well.
What's Fenway feeling like over there? Is it hot? Is it cold? Is it sunny? Is it gray?
Well, it's a really good question because we showed up and it was hot and sunny, and now it's cold and frigid. But
typical
looking
Boston.
forward to the game. Yeah, exactly. Game 1 of the series tonight.
Have you had a lobster roll?
I have not, but I will say last time we were here, July of 2024, I drove up to Maine and got one.
What'd you think about it? Because I thought they were a little overrated. No disrespect to Boston, but also why not some disrespect ahead of the series?
Yeah. I don't know if it's enough bang for your buck. I mean, I thought it was delicious.
Like $30.
But paying like $50, paying like $30 to $50 for a sandwich.
It's
I don't know.
wild. Okay, let's get to baseball.
Profit
questions.
margins are awesome with that sandwich there.
Those lobsters are making so much money.
Tell me about Demo, man, player of the week. We've been loving his production this year, seeing him in multiple positions, having his leadoff home runs. Man, break them down for me.
Yeah, no, Demo had a great week. His first weekly award in his 7-year big league career. Like you said, leadoff home runs. He had his first leadoff home run of his career. That Tuesday game in Cincinnati. Gosh, that was a week ago already. We've been on the road for a while. But then he got 3 hits that game, hit another home run, and then he had another leadoff home run in the finale against Toronto. He was swinging it really well. He hit 385, OPS near 1,200, and played 5 positions in the process. So amazing week for Demo.
The Mariners' offense has been, I think, a lot better than people expected, and they've been able to win in different ways. That's in no small part because of runs driven in by Cal, who's tied for an MLB first in home runs with 9. You've got a fun stat specifically about Cal. What is it?
Yeah. So like you said, his 9 home runs are tied with Tyler Soderstrom on the A's for most in the big leagues, but I feel like this wouldn't be a segment if I didn't bring this stat.
Weird stats.
His home. Yeah, exactly. Cal's 24 home runs over the last 3 years against teams with a color in their name. So that's the Reds, the Red Sox, the Blue Jays, and the White Sox. Tied for most in the big leagues in that span with Aaron Judge, who also has 24 home runs against teams with colors in their name. So had to do it.
And who are they playing this week, Bump?
Hey, it's the color road trip. I mean, you started off with the Reds, the Blue Jays, and now, Red Sox. Let's do it.
Hey, I've never been able to throw a ball 100 miles per hour, believe it or not, Alex. And Munoz does that pretty good. Do you think he's the best closer in the game?
I really do right now. Traditional stats, his 7 saves, lead the American League. He hasn't given up a run in 11 games. But to peel it back a layer further, I just think he hasn't allowed a run in the 11 games, but it's even more impressive than that. He's been impossibly good. 4 of those 11 innings have been with the automatic runner, the ghost runner, as it's popularly referred to, extra innings, and he hasn't allowed that runner to score all 4 times. And you know, his wins above replacement, if you want to go new school, it leads relievers by a pretty wide margin and actually ranks second among all pitchers, which again is like outlier good. And I don't know if everyone knows how WAR is calculated, but a large part of it is leverage situations. So basically, those 4 innings that he's thrown with an automatic runner, stranding that runner, has like raised his WAR by a big amount. That's where you get the 1.4 WAR through 22 games.
I know that we're all focused on Cal's home runs and on obviously the starters heading into this one. So sometimes there are really cool under the radar stories, and that's why we have you on as well to be able to talk to us about them. We got a new bullpen arm for the Mariners who's gone from a position player to a pitcher. Tell us what we need to know.
Yeah, so the Mariners a couple days ago brought up a pitcher named Saurin Lau. He spells his last name Lao, and it's his first year in the Mariners organization. He was a 7-8 year minor league position player for the Dodgers, played first, third, second, short. He played all over the infield, converted to a pitcher in the Dodgers minor league system, and then you know how our pitching lab likes to operate. They love their projects. They love toying with different pitches and arm slots and all that. So Lau is a converted position player to pitcher. I'm really looking forward to him making his debut, and it jogged my thoughts on I wanted to know with the NFL draft coming up, if you guys if you had a comparison for football in a guy converting from position player to pitcher.
Ooh.
That's tough.
Ooh. You know what? It happens in college a lot more. Like, I know this guy, I played with Rapati Patuatoa. He came in and was a tight end. He converted to DN and went and played 7-8 years in the NFL. And then also I had a player, Jed Collins, who our freshman year, he played in one game. He played tight end, linebacker, and was on special teams. Went to the NFL and played 7-8 years as one of the last fullbacks you'll ever see in the NFL. I think it's hard to do. There's not too many guys who go from a position player to a quarterback, but there are some players who go from quarterback to a position player.
Even Cam Chancellor, right, having previously been a quarterback, switching to a solid safety, solid safety. And then obviously got Taysom Hill making the switch. But, it's I was racking my mind while you were talking, trying to think of, who transitioned to a quarterback? That's such a huge – I cannot believe, Alex, that Soren went through 7 years in the minor leagues before they were like, let's try out this arm.
That's wild.
Those are good examples. I was also thinking Travis Hunter, too, to an extent, but he does both at the same time.
Yeah. So Antoine Randall L. was a quarterback in college and then played – receiver, and then Edelman was a quarterback too and played wide receiver.
That's crazy. Wait, a clarifying question: did he convert within the Mariners system, they wanted to try him out, or was it prior to being with Seattle?
He told media the other day that he actually converted in the Dodgers organization, but then he was a minor league free agent this offseason, and the Mariners, I guess, really liked his profile, and I will say he's an awesome dude too. That's another thing he has going for him, just a really friendly, kind person. We had him in spring training, so got to know Lau a little bit down there.
Who do you think on the Mariners could convert to the NFL at any position?
Ooh.
Oh, man, that's a good one. That is a good one. I'm trying to think. I mean, I think you got to say Julio. I don't want to be basic, but you look at the body type, you look at the frame, I don't know. I could see him being an athletic receiver.
Look, sometimes it's not bad to be basic, first of all, as a basic person. But secondly, numbers are numbers, Alex. And you know numbers. And look, if I'm looking at someone who's 6'4", 230, I'm going, that's an outside receiver. That's the next receiver. Put him out there. He is Alex Mayer, kind enough to join us for the Dugout. Alex, thanks so much. Enjoy the rest of Boston.
Thanks, Alex.
Thank you, guys. Thanks so much.
See ya. All right, if you missed any part of the show, make sure you go back and check out the Bump and Stacy podcast on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, or SeattleSports.com. Wyman and Bob coming your way next.
The John Schneider Show
with Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
John, since we talked to you last week, there's a new backup quarterback in town.
Yeah.
Drew Lock.
I think it's a great situation. We have 4 guys that we really like. It doesn't preclude us from doing anything in the draft either, and figuring out what's going on there. It's really okay, let's get this in the mix. Drew had other opportunities, so we figured we better kind of put a bow on it.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at SeattleSports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
This is Steve Amman, president of Pacific Power Batteries. And when we hear oy vey, zut alors, or oofda, we know that battery prices are high these days. Our job is to control our costs and offer a great value to you. We tried calling our vendors to ask them to stop raising prices, but they haven't returned our calls. Whether it's a brand new battery, a reconditioned battery with a 90-day guarantee, or a factory second with a 1-year guarantee, we'll have something for your budget. So stop in at any Pacific Power Battery store, and we promise to help you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
Spring cleaning isn't just for clutter. Let Benjamin Franklin Plumbing take care of your appliances. From water heater replacement or repair to advanced water filtration installation, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing is here to provide a worry-free summer for you and your family. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com to schedule. You can count on the punctual plumbers, where your comfort and safety come first. Book now. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com.
And this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Lonnie. Lonnie, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
We've been with the same insurance company for over 32 years. And my husband said, come on, let's at least try it. And that was the smartest thing we ever did because we saved thousands, literally thousands a year on our insurance. They improved it. It cost me less, and it was a higher value. I can't say enough good things about Scott because everything that he said he'd do, he did.
What do you tell your friends they can expect when they make the call to First Mark?
An easy, profitable, and actually pleasant call. They genuinely are trying to help you, and you can't beat that. We were silly to wait so long. A couple other friends that have called, too, they said, why didn't you tell us about this sooner?
You see, Lonnie did it. My family did it. You got to do it, and it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Cleveland Browns and the New York Giants apparently are taking phone calls as we are 2 days away from the NFL draft. They are fielding trade inquiries, according to ESPN's Peter Schrager. Tennessee Titans announced yesterday that they are not entertaining offers for the first overall pick. Sources telling Schrager that the Browns, who have the second pick, and the Giants, who have the third, have received trade calls over the past 48 hours, and that neither team is outwardly rejecting those overtures. So we'll see if any movement happens before the draft. Meanwhile, Michael Carter-Williams, the 2014 NBA Rookie of the Year, is going to make his amateur boxing debut May 29th in New York City. He's 33 years old. He's going to face a 36-year-old in a 3-round heavyweight bout at the Lehman Ballroom.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710 and seattlesports.com. Happy Tuesday to everybody out there as we're just days away from the NFL draft. We got Mariner baseball coming up here in a matter of about an hour or so. We're going to turn you over to the pregame show coming up at the bottom of the hour. So a lot to cover in a very short amount of time as we've got, 25 minutes of Radio Fury, Dave?
That is correct, sir. Fury. Fury.
Absolute furious
That's what I'm feeling
radio.
right now.
How you feel? Are you feeling 5 series wins in a row? Are you feeling that?
I am feeling that with the offense, the way that it's going right now. But the one thing I would say that may be a little bit concerning for me, the strikeouts starting to kind of tick back up there again. There was a couple of extra inning games, of course, but you look at the last game against Toronto, 18, I believe it was. So, yeah, and they're at number 22 as far as strikeouts go. So that does concern me a little bit, the swing and miss, but the other number's pretty good.
Yeah, look, they're going in with confidence. They got a day off, so they get a chance to reset that bullpen. They need to, obviously your 2 of the 3 starts are by your regular guys. You also have a start going with Emerson Hancock in there, which, he was certainly decidedly better his last outing. We'll see what you get from him. That's the wild card in all of this for me. But I don't know. I feel good about it. And look, you should feel confident. You won 4 series in a row. And we'll see what they get done in Boston. That's a crazy park. You got the green monster out there in left field. Right-handers tend to get a little pull happy at times, trying to lift it over the wall. We'll see what happens. Maybe it'll be the cure for Julio. Maybe this is where he starts to pick it up. Maybe he can bang a couple off the wall there. Maybe hit him over the wall. We'll see. But Jeff Passan was on with Brock and Salk, and he talked about what he expects from Julio at this point in his career.
I don't think this is the real Julio, but I'm not sure at this point that we're going to see Bobby Witt level performance either. It's there, like we see flashes of it, but I think what we've learned through Julio Rodriguez is that the hardest thing to do in Major League Baseball is be consistently great. Flashes of greatness are wonderful, and they will win you games. And that matters, guys. Like that's a real thing and a real differentiator when you have just the physical capabilities of taking over a game and carrying a team on your back for a game here, a game there. What Bobby Witt Jr. does, though, is he carries the team every damn day.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point. At this point, we love Julio. We've seen what he's capable of, but he's not above criticism, and he's not above being evaluated. And he's a guy who's loaded with a ton of ability. We've all seen it. He's still young in life. I'm not going to call him young in his career, which he still is, but he's 24. He's in his 4th season now. So he's got to show that he can be better. He can be more consistent. And whether that happens this year, whether it ever happens, I don't know. I mean, what if, and Lefko asked the question here, what if he ends up being just a really good player? Maybe he's an all-star, but he's not a superstar.
Yeah, I just, to me, that's unacceptable. I mean, I usually am pretty forgiving as far as that goes. And it's not like I don't like Julio. I love him. I mean, I think he's a great personality. I love watching him play defense. I mean, he makes some great plays out there, and his range is really good. But, I mean, he's already shown that he can be that guy. So where is he? Because I was just looking up some numbers, and, in 2023, that was the year where he got 32 home runs, 37 stolen bases, and, people talk about the 30-30 with the home runs and stolen bases. And he was batting 275 that year, which was fine because you have so much action from him with the home runs and the stolen bases. But, I was just looking at 2023, and it was like July and August. I mean, maybe that's a little bit too much to ask for, but I was looking at April and May. He's batting 246. So to start the season off, 10 home runs, 12 doubles, 31 RBIs, 10 stolen bases. His OPS was like 750. But later that year, July and August, 360, which don't necessarily expect that. That's for sure. But then, he had 11 home runs, 17 doubles, 45 RBIs, 17 stolen bases, and his OPS was over 1,000. So, I mean, somewhere in between there, I think is reasonable, And so what do I expect? The question Mike asked, I don't know that putting him in a different spot in the lineup is going to help necessarily, but the expectations, should they be lowered? No, that's just not who he is. So, and look, I'm not pushing the panic button or anything. It's just it's kind of frustrating. And I think a lot of fans are frustrated because, we talked about, and you went on, and rightfully so, about the bullpen and how good that was, over the 3-game series against Toronto. And they were taxed and they came through, but there's going to be a time where they don't. And, we can't expect, Rowdy Tellez to be hitting grand slams and, Cal to be hitting home runs from each side of the plate, and Dylan Moore, hot as can be. I mean, those guys are going to cool off. So at some point, Julio has to be the player that I just described with those stats.
Yeah, 100%. I agree 100%. You guys can text in 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Are you having any doubts about Julio's trajectory? Do you believe this is who he is? He's just going to be a very good player. You don't think I know we get a lot of texters. He's not a superstar. Stop saying that. Yeah. I feel like that's the vocal minority, but I don't know. Let us know. You think this is a guy who just is still finding it? He's just struggling to find, what makes him more of a consistent player. He just turned 24 years old in December. Or you think, this is who he is, and you shouldn't expect more. By the way, he is hitting leadoff today. The lineup is out there. Julio hitting leadoff, Polanco DHing, hitting second, Cal Raleigh hitting third, Rosarena hitting cleanup, Luke Raley, another guy who needs to get going, playing right field, Rowdy Tellez at first base, Dylan Moore at second base, Masterboni at third, and then J.P. Crawford short, Bryce Miller pitching today. So there's your lineup for today. So they put him back in the leadoff spot. So Dan's been keeping him in that 1-2 spot. We'll see. We talked with John Morosi yesterday, and he explained why he would put Julio lower in the order and bat Dylan Moore as the leadoff.
I'm going to be really interested to see what the lineup looks like tomorrow. I think it's one of the most interesting lineups the entire year. You're at Fenway Park, a place that's usually good to hit in, a place that maybe Julio's poised to get on track and start hitting well there. But we haven't really seen it. Now, his performance was better on Sunday, again, against the lefty, so maybe that was part of it. But I thought that lineup looked pretty good. And listen, I understand there's a dramatic split with Dylan Moore. He's much better against lefties. I get all that. But the dude's also the reigning American League Player of the Week, and he started, of the last 4 games they had against the righties, he started 3 of them. So, I mean, to me, Dylan Moore belongs in this lineup every day now. And it's just a question of how you round out the rest of the group aside from him. And when a guy's going this hot, play him. Let him lead off on Tuesday. Why not?
Well, because they got a righty on the hill. So I guess that's why not. So Dylan Moore's down there in the order. They got Julio hitting leadoff. We'll see what they can get done. But this is still despite what we're talking about with Julio, which isn't on the positive side, I still think the Mariners got a really strong chance of taking 2 or 3 of these. The one game that initially you look at and kind of question is the Hancock start. What's he going to give you? What's he going to be able to get done out there? So we'll see. But I'm with you. I'm thinking 2 or 3, and how great would that be? That kind of momentum, 5 series in a row. That would be amazing. Don't want to put the cart before the horse, but yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, I am too, and they've given you reason to with the last 4 series wins. So this is exciting. I was mentioning the strikeouts earlier, where they're at number 22 as far as Major League Baseball teams, and they got 203 strikeouts. But we talked about this last year. If they could just, with this pitching, if they could just be middle of the road, and as far as home runs, they're number 5. They have 32. They have 32 stolen bases, which is number 2. But then also like slug, OPS, those numbers are middling. You know, they're number 16 in both those numbers, and that's something that we were just pining for last year. You know, just give us somewhere in the, 12 to 18 range as far as rankings go in those categories, and that's where they are.
Meanwhile, a couple days away from the draft, Dave, and we sit here and we're reading stories. I was reading it in the snapshot there that the Giants are fielding calls and the Browns are fielding calls, and we'll see who actually makes a move, if there are any big moves. This feels like a draft that, a lot of analysts are predicting a lot of movement, people trading out of spots, because it doesn't feel like this is a superstar draft, that there aren't those I don't know, franchise-altering players available, perhaps, but it just in terms of how they're being viewed doesn't mean they don't turn into that. But, I keep hearing one after another talk about, I expect to see a lot of teams trying to trade back and there just doesn't seem to be that much, I don't know, anticipation about any of these players. I mean, certainly there are players you look at and go, Abdul Carter is going to be a stud and this guy's going to be a stud, but it feels like it's a little light in that. Everybody keeps calling it the meat and potatoes draft.
Right. Yeah, and so
I feel like the Seahawks, by the way, are really likely to trade out of that spot. In fact, I'm going to be surprised if they make a pick there.
Same. Yeah, are we revealing this now? I wasn't supposed to talk about this yesterday, so.
Yeah, I don't know if there was an embargo on our predictions, but what the hell?
Yeah, but no, I look, John has told me from the very beginning that, look, there's not 32 first-round picks in the first round. And so if they get to number 18 and all of those players, which I think there's a fair chance, because like you said, Bob, this is where I 100% agree with you that there's not a lot of superstars. You mentioned meat and potatoes. What does that mean? Well, like, first of all, it means like interior defensive linemen, line of scrimmage type of players, that it's a pretty loaded draft as far as that goes, but not necessarily in the first round. It's more like in the middle rounds. And so if John gets to number 18 and all of a sudden it's like, well, I don't have a first round rating here. I'm going to trade back. And, again, going back to the meat and potatoes comment, second, third round is where we've heard. So if you can pick up, and sorry, I cut myself off there, but second, third round is where you're going to see a lot of those kinds of like grunt players, guys on the line of scrimmage. It's not pretty what they do, but they get it done. We always talk about like defensive tackles. They don't get big stats as far as sacks go, but they just grind away. And I think there's a lot of those kinds of players from what I've seen watching the Senior Bowl and the practices and everything, that there's a lot of good players in that area. So, yeah, I mean, for him to trade back and maybe get a couple of more picks in those meat and potato rounds, I think would be probably the way that he's going to go. But, it could be like last year where, there's a run on a certain kind of player. Like last year it was quarterbacks, and, all of a sudden, hey, the guy that we had, as one of the top 10 or 12 guys in the draft are available.
Yeah, what I'm preparing myself for, Dave, is the outrage that will follow if one of the I don't know, what have we heard the names of about 3 or 4 guards over and over and over, whether and everybody's got their favorite guard, and if any of them are available there, and the Seahawks trade back, I'm just ready for, what are they doing? This guy is sitting right there. He's going to be the difference maker. We've heard about him. We've heard his name over and over. So he's become great in our mind that he's a game changer, a team changer, and he's sitting right there. And you guys trade out of that pit. I'm preparing myself for that moment.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's Tyler Booker or Zabel, the kid from North Dakota, one of the Dakota states. If they're looking at them going, hey, this guy does not look better than the guys we drafted last year, or are they, going to be next year up to speed by the time the season starts as much as the players that we have? So, yeah, I think there is going to be a lot of frustration that way. I think people are going to, be saying that exact thing. So, I would say prepare yourself for it, because I'm pretty convinced that that's what's going to happen.
Well, John had his pre-draft presser yesterday, and of course he was fielding questions about the O-line, and he said the O-line is certainly an area of need for everyone around the NFL, not just the Seahawks.
I think it's an area of need, yeah, absolutely. I think it's been very well documented throughout spring. It's also a little bit of a lazy narrative because every team is looking for offensive linemen. We're trying to create guys every single year. We end up finding, it used to be when I started in the league with Ron Wolf, it was like a free agent had to have 3 redeeming qualities. Okay, well now, especially with offensive linemen, you have guys maybe in the 4th round that have 2 redeeming qualities. Tall and long, strong and quick, or whatever. I mean, it's just happened. It's not anything that anybody in football is happy about, to be honest with you. It's an area that hasn't been developed as well as the other side of the ball for one reason or another. And it's really, I think it just fundamentally comes down to like, if you're gonna be playing football at a young age, you wanna go sack a quarterback and do your sack dance, or do you want to go block for a running back or a quarterback? I mean, I think it comes down to that.
Totally it's interesting though. He's talking about how it, obviously as a kid, it's more attractive to be the one doing the sack dance and getting that glory and being an interior offensive lineman. There's no glory there. So implying there's just not a lot of available talent. Yet I think what frustrates fans is we see all these other teams, not every team certainly, it is a need across the league, but we went through the Eagles re-signing of all their old linemen, and it was everywhere from the 40th pick to the 7th round. They've just, which tells you, all right, they've been able to develop guys. Why is it the Seahawks? Are they just not developing? Are they picking the right guys, but they're just not bringing out the talent the way other teams do? Or are they misjudging these guys when they bring them in? Because we're seeing other teams. The other teams are picking through the same group of O linemen that the Seahawks are.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. I think it's development. We've talked about the history of the Seahawks and how they've handled offensive line. And then we've talked about the times that they were actually pretty good, but we explained a lot of that away with, well, Russell Wilson's really evasive. And then, you've got Marshawn Lynch who can carry guys on his back all the way to the goal line. So, I think that history, and now, you just fired your offensive line coach. So you've got a new coach in Benton now and a new offense and everything. So it's kind of like a start over again type of thing. So yeah, that's going to be really, and we talked about that a lot this offseason, that I think the coaching is going to be really important what they do, and do they get the best out of these guys. But I liked John's sort of not so veiled complaining about people complaining about his offensive line this spring. But look, I mean, the Eagles, they've done it great, but and they end up winning the Super Bowl because of that. But so did the Chiefs, and they got whooped. We've talked about that enough. And you look around the league and you see, man, the Lions, I mean, I don't think theirs is maybe a development thing. They've got 4 first-rounders in their front 5. So yeah, I mean, I think it's something, I think it's real. I don't think John's just making an excuse. I think he's absolutely right about, kids want to go out and play catch, make one-handed catches. They don't want to do, pass sets or, things like that. And there's just not, I think that there's an epidemic of a lack of good, talented offensive linemen. So it falls on the coaches and developing those guys into the guys that the Philadelphia Eagles have.
Hey, if you missed any of our show or you just want to go watch things over again, you can check out our Wyman and Bob channel on the Seattle Sports YouTube page. It's right there for you, or you can search Seattle Sports on all social media platforms like X, Instagram, Blue Sky, Threads, whatever you got, we're on there. So you want to find our conversations with John Schneider or Mariners players, it's all up there for you to check out. Let's take 2.
Well, Red Sox starter Brian Bayo makes his season debut today. Now, he was their opening day starter last year, and also the pitcher in that documentary when they were saying, well, just throw Julio anything but middle, because that's all he can hit. So we'll see if that's a motivating factor for the leadoff hitter for the Mariners today. But yeah, Bayo suffered a shoulder issue in mid-February, so this is his season debut today.
Which means they should light him up like a Christmas tree, right? Welcome him back to the big leagues, back to the regular season, and just pepper the big monster with ball after ball after ball.
Do you think that
the green monster? Sorry,
what'd you call it?
The big monster.
Okay, that sounded good to me, Bob. But that's not good.
It's a monster wall. Come on, we know what I'm talking about.
Do you think that they've heard that that audio from that,
He has
that
to
little
have.
series there?
Somebody had to have put that in front of him, right? I mean, there's no way. He might not acknowledge it publicly, but I got to believe he's aware.
Well, and also, we always talk about baseball and football being different. Like you can, hustle more, whatever. Is that going to necessarily help you? I mean, it's going to motivate you. Yeah, you want to stick it to the Red Sox after that, but does that kind of, anger or whatever, chip on your shoulder actually help you hit?
Could it make him any worse?
We're going to find out.
So OTAs started for a number of teams around the NFL. There were some surprises. Kirk Cousins for the Falcons showed up, which Raheem Morris didn't think he would when he spoke at the owners' meetings. Brock Purdy was in attendance at Niners OTAs. George Kittle was not there.
And Kittle's going through a contract.
He's looking for a
right now.
contract, apparently. Yep.
Yeah,
New contract.
And I read something. I don't know. There's so many articles, but I think they made it sound like Purdy and the team were getting close. So maybe that's why he's there.
I'm so curious to see what Purdy gets. That's really going to be interesting, don't you think? I mean,
50 plus.
You think so?
Yeah.
I think it's going to be some structured deal, maybe 40 to 45, but maybe guarantees or maybe something. I don't know. I just don't see him as a $50 million guy for whatever reason.
We'll see. I hope they do. I hope they just blow up their whole salary cap. All right, there you go. Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. All right, you got the Mariners. You got the Red Sox, game 1 of their 3-game series coming up next. They're facing a guy making his season debut, coming off a shoulder injury, which means they light him up. Let's go. Mariners win. Let's call it right now. We're going to send you over to the pregame show and talk to you tomorrow right here with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
On a roll.
Holy smokes, Cal Raleigh with his 9th home run of the season.
Make it 4 straight series wins. Tied for 3rd most wins in the American League. A game out of 1st in the West.
Guys are getting good swings on the ball. They're seeing it well.
The M's look to keep rolling in the first of 3 against the Red Sox in Boston. This afternoon, first pitch at 3:45 with pregame at 2:30. Catch every pitch of every game on the Seattle Sports app.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile, well, they have Wi-Fi power boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and out on the go. So get the same reliable network in the places you need it the most. Maybe the coffee shop, the grocery store, or at the game. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for a year with no contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T Plus. Ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus 1 unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we provide top-quality windows that are 25% more energy efficient, reduce noise by 50%, and stay clear with low-maintenance glass. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Right now, have ultra-efficient clean technology windows installed and pay $0 down with 0 interest and 0 payments for 18 months. Only from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. And they'll even pay your sales tax. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here, and if you're interested in a backyard oasis, come explore the latest trends in outdoor living, patio, and deck design during the grand opening of People Come First Construction Group's new Luxury Design Center. It's this Friday starting at 11 a.m. and is a special offer. During the event only, PCF Group will cover the sales tax on grills, appliances, furniture, hot tubs, and more. Plus, meet industry designers and innovators, as well as celebrity guests, including, well, yours truly from 3 to 5 p.m., along with current NFL player Brady Russell and NFL alumni president Randall Morris. The new PCF Group Design Center is designed to be an immersive experience for customers, showcasing just how outdoor spaces elevate home living, relaxation, and entertainment. Food and beverages will be available, giveaways, and you'll have the chance to view their state-of-the-art virtual reality system. So come check out PCF Group's new exterior design premier gallery. Grand opening this Friday starting at 11 a.m. For more details, visit PCFgroup.com or call 206-992-0364.
This is Seattle Sports.